All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to our August 5th budget workshop. We're all glad you're all here, and the room is crowded. So, Marnie, will you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Here.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Don Horton.
I'm here. Let's see, Frank Durfler, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Well, as long as you understand that if you really read the Pledge of Allegiance, there is no comma after the word nation.
We like that,
Okay?
no comma.
So, place your hand after your heart, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You just have to have enough breath to do that.
I know that. That's okay. All
They
right.
taught it to us in phrases, and that's the phrase.
Okay, so that we can get out of here by 9 o'clock tonight. Let's see. We'll do like we did yesterday, and I think we'll open it up to public comment first, and then we'll go through staff, council, manager, attorney communications through the workshop, and then we'll close it so that if there's any questions about the budget that we talked about today or yesterday, then we'll close it with another public comment. So, Marnie, is there anybody signed up to talk to us?
Yes, Mr. Durfler would like to speak to us.
Welcome, Frank.
I am here representing a committee of the village, the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee. Now, Greg Dolly is the chairman of that committee, but Greg is teaching Bible school right now because that's the kind of guy that Greg is. So I'm here representing Greg. And basically, I am not here to ask for money for land acquisition because I realize that would be beating my head against the wall. But the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee, you should know, does a really good job. This is an organization that has put together a list of acquisition priority list of lands in the village that are there for the ability to keep the property as, in the most cases, a high-value gumbo-limbo forest, and the kind of thing that we need to have and want to have in the village. The problem is that the committee, well, what the committee does is to send out letters annually every year to owners of these properties that are on our priority list, our land acquisition priority list, and ask them if they would be interested in selling and or donating. And when we go through that, if we get a response, it would be very, very valuable to have an appraisal on that property. And we need just a little bit of money to get appraisals on the properties that we may be negotiating to acquire. And as I say, it's not necessarily that we would be using village funds for this acquisition. We may be getting funds from the community, we may be getting funds from the state, even federal governments, and there may be other ways to get funds to acquire or to ask that these lands be donated. And in many cases, people want to donate property that they don't see they can otherwise use, and it becomes a part of the village's treasure, a part of what the village has to offer to the people of the community. And so we need a little bit of money. Now, I've been told to ask for maybe $25,000, but I will let slip that an appraisal is about $5,000, okay? So just a little bit of money for the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee to operate. And that's my whole reason for being here today, is to tell you that this is a good group that has done a lot of good work. And by the way, your Peter Frezza, staff member Peter Frezza, is a really, really strong leader of this group, and he does a great job. So a small amount of money for the operation of the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Frank, since this is a workshop, we kind of have a little bit more of an open dialogue, I think. And so my question to you is, since you have a realtor that is, you mentioned, is on your committee, why couldn't you just do like a broker's opinion rather than getting a full-fledged a full-fledged appraisal. If
Now,
all
I'm
you're
not the
doing is-
expert. The expert's sitting in the back of the room, but I believe what you'll find is that if we go to the state wants to have a full-blown appraisal.
But at least it would give you an idea if it might be possible or not if you reached out and got a broker's opinion first. And then if it seemed like something y'all are still interested in, maybe you could then move to the next level of getting an appraisal.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Deb, you had something?
Yeah, I sit as a liaison for that. They actually talk about that all the time and say, well, is this even worth chasing, whatever. And at some point, I'm not sure in recent months that we've even tried to get an appraisal on any particular property.
Yeah.
But the fact that they had a little bit of money last year to work with, if that came available,
Right.
they're just asking for a
Gotcha.
little bit more
Okay.
to have in the coffers if that right property comes along, and to help speed up the process, because we all know that properties disappear quickly.
Okay. Yep. Awesome. All right. All right. Thank you, Frank. Marnie, is there anyone else signed up?
There is not. Let me double check Zoom again.
Any hands up on TV land?
Nope, we are all set.
All right, we'll do one more shot. Is there any more public comment? All right, then public comment's closed. Why don't we pick up where we left off yesterday, and we'll start on tab 4. And we'll put Sheila on the hot seat. How's that? Welcome, Sheila.
Good afternoon. I was almost said good morning. So once again, we're in our special fund categories, which means that basically these funds and the building fund does not receive any revenue from property taxes nor the general fund. The building fund funds itself through issuance and permits. A couple things changed last year, as they do almost every year at the state level. If you look into the budget on the revenue side, we are no longer allowed to charge for any type of contractor registration fees. So that's why we dropped that down to 0. When we move down to salaries and wages, that's a fully funded deputy building official. Last year, the position was there, it just wasn't fully funded. So that's the difference. Professional services stayed the same. Those may change depending on whether we have a deputy building official or not. If we do, those professional services to the governmental support team could go down, but it'll be a wash. Under dues and subscription, the big difference there was for Forerunner. We entered into a 3-year contract to save some money. Training went up by $1,500. That was for new code books, because the code will change January 1st, 2027.
Yep.
And the other thing was under capital outlay would be a vehicle for the deputy building official. The vehicle we had, the truck that we had, we transferred over to Public Works because they had an accident that totaled the vehicle and they were in need. We weren't using it very often, so we transferred that over to Public Works. And that's pretty much the brunt of it all.
And that's for a pickup truck?
Yeah, that's a small pickup truck. We don't need a big pickup truck, just like a Ranger size pickup truck.
One of those little Chinese ones like
No,
the
not
Key Largo waste
no,
treatment?
not
Oh,
quite
okay.
that bad. We're going to give them a little bit of leg room.
Gotcha. Yeah, right. I get it. Okay.
That's it. Any questions?
Are there any questions to Sheila? All right, very good. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Moving on to solid waste.
I believe AJ's on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Yep.
All right, perfect. So this is our solid waste fund. The changes from last year to this year was the increase in the non-app alarm asset, increasing it to $550 annual fee per household from the $510. And outside of that, there's no real major changes or anything.
Deb?
Any questions?
And the $40 increase was needed because of the contracts?
Correct, yeah. That's to help pay for our portions of it. That we collect it through the non-ad valorem through the residents, and it's a direct cost pass through and to the for island disposal.
AJ, are there any offset costs that are coming out of the general fund?
There is an offset cost, yes.
So we can't really say that it's all
256,
non-ad
so it's
valorem.
not fully
then,
funded yet.
Right, so we can't really say it's all non-ad valorem, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to be careful
We
about
increased
saying
it the maximum to the 550, because that's what we're allowed to do. Next year, we'll have to go through a process to raise that ceiling.
So currently, it looks like we're going to try to transfer about $257,000 to make it
Correct.
balance.
Have we done the numbers to see how that would come out when we finally end up where the solid waste assessment, the non-ad valorem solid waste assessment is actually paying for the service without having to help fund it through the
It's a little
general?
over $600 a month, I
Okay.
believe. I'm going to work with our consultant that does our assessment rolls for us. And what they'll do is they'll find us the maximum for next year when we run the assessments. We've also included mailing fees with that, because when we increase the maximum, we have to mail it out to every single resident that's affected by it.
I think it's in anticipation of what may or may not happen down the line with this tax issue. That's a fund that all of our funds that are non-ad valorem should be self-sustaining
Exactly.
to some degree.
So that's what we're working on.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Don, do you remember what the figures were that you found? I know you presented something at a couple meetings ago of how much Miami-Dade was per resident.
Yeah, I did. You know what?
Do
I
you
don't
have
think I
that with
brought
you?
those with me, but they're
But it was considerably higher than this, right?
double
Yeah,
what
okay.
what our assessment is. Yeah, and the service is less than half of what we have as far as recycle, bulk, and regular trash pickup. Yeah. In fact, they don't pick up your tree stuff there. You've got to take it to them, and that can only be on Saturday. Yeah, so, yeah. I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. Yep,
Thank you.
yep. All right. Anything else for AJ on this? Anything for Hattie on this? Nope. AJ, do you anticipate an increase in our, from our solid waste company?
Yes, it goes up every year with CPI, and it's a 3.4% increase on the rate for collection and hauling, and disposal was a 5% increase. That'll be coming to you guys in the August meeting.
Is that calculated into here that we know that that's going to happen?
Yes.
You've already got that
Yes.
budgeted in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, very good. Anything else on that? All right, let's move on to tab 6.
That's me as well. So these are our transportation funded projects. If you do notice, we did get a $10,000 increase, as we talked about earlier this year, from FDOT for the maintenance of the right of ways. And then we also have a couple other projects in there. We have Freebie, the road elevations, our public transit enhancement, and then I believe that's it for it. But if you have any questions.
So you're keeping an eye on this DOT money that we get from them, and are you having have you got it on your calendar to have a discussion with them every year? if they go up, or if they can go up on those revenues? Is that kind of on your calendar from now on?
Yeah, we can make that happen, yeah, to put in a request for an increase each year.
All right. All right, anything on that for AJ? For Hattie?
Just
Go ahead.
the ride share, talked to Hattie about this, it shows 665. It's not reflecting the grant that we're anticipating, right?
Grants at the top.
That is the maximum amount, not including the revenue that is potentially going to come in for rideshare and advertising.
And where is that offset?
At the top?
The 276, 665.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
FDOT
thank-
Transit Development Grant.
Under revenue. Yep. Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay, Dale.
Only because I don't know much about it. The transfer from the general fund for the half-cent sales tax, that is restricted, right? You were
So
trying
if
to
you look
explain
at,
this,
if you
but-
look at the revenue and expense, it's a transfer in from general fund for the 1.4 to balance the fund out, but it's also covering the expense for the road, public works roadway allocation. So it's going back to cover 65% of expenses of public works for any roadway maintenance. So it's coming into this fund, but it's also going out of this fund to pay for public works.
Well, I would hope that's why we transferred in, is so we could pay something out. Sorry.
But I'm saying it's coming out of the general fund, but it's also crediting back to the general fund. Yeah, because public works is in the general fund. So that
I
line
got
down
it.
below for public works roadway allocation,
Okay.
that's
so
going back to the
only-
general
'cause
fund.
the difference I see is rounding 300,000,
That's
that would-
the remaining portion of the transportation fund
and that would stay in this fund. Mm-hmm. Okay.
to cover the rest of the
And
expenses.
the public works roadway allocation is the actual maintenance of the road, is that?
It's
between
anything
you and
involved
AJ?
with that, yes.
Okay.
Do we have any major road work projects scheduled for the coming year?
Not that I believe.
Okay.
For FDOT or for us?
For
For
us,
us.
For us, no.
We really don't have any control over what FDOT does, so just for us. We're going over our budget,
Correct.
I think. Yeah, okay. All right. Anything else? We'll move on to tab 7.
which we did yesterday.
Oh, we did 7 and 8.
We'll move on to tab 9 for
Okay.
capital projects fund.
Oh, the good one.
And we can start with Peter Freza on that.
Peter.
Peter.
He's coming.
I didn't get it.
Well, good afternoon, Council. Do you want me to go over all these in detail, or do you have any questions? I can go through some of these projects I do manage, some I do not, but be happy to do what you like. I could go through the ones that I manage. You can ask questions. How would you like to handle that?
Council?
I like detail.
Okay.
You want detail?
I'd-
Okay.
I would like some detail too, but I'd also like to help understand where the money's coming from. I know it's
Sure.
here, but you know off the top of your head, it's easier. Yeah, what's
Sure.
granted, what's not grants.
So I'm not going to go exactly in order then,
Ah.
because it's not exactly in order for my projects, but it mostly is. So I can start with, in blue there, Canal Restoration Project number 145.
Right?
Is that okay? I was
Yes.
starting there?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a request of, that should be $2.615 million, correct? Okay, so that is a canal restoration project. It's a backfill, organic removal and backfilling project, which is slated to start this fall. That is a fully funded project through a Florida Keys Stewardship Act grant that we do have, and just waiting for reimbursement. So we have an agenda item. The coming August 20th council meeting for procurement of a contractor to complete that job. So we are ready to conduct that project with grant funding. Any questions on that project? No? Okay. Okay, so we can move on to Canal, let's see, what would be next? 148, yes, Canal 148. So that would be that's the next canal restoration project that is in line. That would be absolutely Florida Key Stewardship Act grant funded. We would not be conducting this project any other way. We are nearly done with the design of this project. We do have, there should be $250,000, correct? Yes, in that project for this coming fiscal year. That is to complete the remaining design and permitting, contractor procurement, and potential contractor or potential construction. And that would be grant funded. Any questions on that?
And that's coming out of the Stewardship Act at the top.
Yes,
says
that would be
280.
stewardship grant funding. And if we don't have, I know it looks like we're going to have $2.5 million again next year for Stewardship Act funding. If all of that goes towards wastewater, I can transfer funds from one of the current grants that I have to conduct this $250,000, no problem. So I would just have to transfer money. It's a simple amendment. The state is very agreeable. It's easy to do. I was hoping to apply for a new grant, but if in fact, North Plantation Key Pump Station needs all of that funding, no problem. I support that as well, then I will just look to transfer funds and not apply for a new grant this coming year.
What was your grant that you wanted to apply for?
I would have applied for full funding for construction of this Canal number 148 project, which is a backfill as well. They're highly successful. Results are extremely positive for the ecological benefits of a backfill, so that would be what I would have applied for.
Okay, so you would have applied through the Stewardship Act?
Yes.
Okay, but what's here you've already allocated?
Yes,
So-
that's what I just explained. I could transfer
just mean
funds.
that
He would
the
trans-
I could
trans-
easily
but you would
transfer
have
funds to cover that.
Only, you're talking about just the one project, not the big one?
Yes, just the one.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I can move on from that. So next should be canal number, oh no, let's see, we have Sea Oats Breakwater, thank you. So the Sea Oats Beach Breakwater project is a project that I've been discussing for over about a year now with you all. You should be pretty familiar with what we're doing there. Really interesting shoreline stabilization, habitat creation project. Looking to build some beach there at Sea Oats, highly eroded beach. We are looking to install what's called wave attenuating devices or breakwater devices just offshore of Sea Oats Beach to help build the beach back and provide new habitat. So we are done. We're completing we finished the feasibility study. We are finishing a conceptual design right now. We have a proposal in from Res Consulting, our consultants we've been working with, to complete the environmental permitting, which will be a very detailed environmental permitting. No project like this has ever been done in Monroe County. Installing wave attenuation devices like this in the water, in what's called outstanding Florida water, it's never been done. So this would be first. It's unique in that we have such a highly eroded beach in such an ecologically important area. All of our pre-coordination meetings with the permitting agencies look real positive. I think we can get this project done. We applied for a state appropriation grant for this project this fiscal year, and were awarded a $300,000 grant. So this would be a fully funded project. We look to maybe complete the environmental permitting this coming year. It's going to take at least a year, but we have adequate funds to do that through the state appropriation now.
Have you looked over any federal funding on something like this too?
We did. We applied for federal funding as well.
And
We have not heard back. So we have an appropriation request in from the federal side as well through Jimenez support. We have not heard word back yet. That was for the permitting. For construction, we will be seeking every avenue for grants, because we're looking at a project going to be in the probably $3 to $4 million range, potentially even a little higher, but that's what we're looking at now. Our engineer's estimate is somewhere in the $3 to $4 million range, and we will be seeking all grant opportunities for that project.
So Senator Scott's staff is coming down through Islamorada, I think in about 2 weeks. And we've
Okay.
already gotten the attention of Congressman Jimenez. And he was excited about the canal restoration, and we did, if you remember, talk about that beach
Yeah.
restoration too. So I think we need to push that pretty hard with both of them.
Would love to. That's a great idea and great point. Maybe we can even get our lobbyist involved if we needed to, but if you have a good contact there, let's do it.
We'll see if Ron can get with them, in the next couple of weeks when they're down.
Okay, that'd be great.
Pete,
Yes.
did we have to front any money for that initial feasibility study? Is that reflected if we didn't reimbursed yet, or where are we at?
So good question. We did front it,
Yeah.
and that will be part of the reimbursement request for this grant. Yes. It's about $50,000.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, good question. Thank you. All right, any other questions on Sea Oats Beach? Okay. So I believe Canal 119 was the next project. So Canal Restoration Project 119 would be our next canal restoration project, what we've been doing and what the state really requires us to do each year. And we start a new project every year. So usually we start a project, we're either in design and permitting, contractor procurement, or construction. So this would be the next canal restoration project in line. We would start the design and permitting for canal number 119, that's North Plantation Key. Again, it would be a backfilling project. So we're requesting $80,300 for the design and permitting.
And there's no funding for that. That's,
Not initially. We could include that as a reimbursement request after we get a grant. We do not currently have a grant for this project because we can't get a grant without offering like a design. You just can't do it. Say, oh, here's my project. But once you have a design, it's kind of shovel ready, then you apply for the grant. So we always pay for these upfront in the capital project fund, the design and permitting. Once we're done with that, we can submit those expenses for reimbursement later on.
and we've gotten funding in the past for this, so it's likelihood of getting funding is pretty good.
Absolutely, as long as, we continue to get stewardship grants or the FQIP, Florida Keys Water Quality Improvement Program grants can fund this as well. I think that wastewater may be utilizing most of those funds next year too. But this project, we'd be looking at 2 years from now for construction. So hopefully.
So currently, the money's coming out of local discretionary sales tax, right?
Correct. Yes.
What's next?
Okay. Yeah, so I think that wraps up canal projects, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Peter, do you want to go over the art in public places? That's right there.
yes. Is that next? Yeah, I can have. Emily can come up and explain that. Sure. Yes, it is there. All right. Thanks.
Where's that at?
Where is that?
Second one from after canal restoration, 145, same, just below.
Yeah,
Oh, it's in that same group, the second one down.
Cap Village Manager. Yep,
See, $11,000, right?
correct. So the Florida Keys has a sculpture trail. I know you all know this, but just in case.
Yeah, we have that lovely
The sculpture trail, we have several sculptures on that trail that are in Isla Mirada. Each year, the Florida Keys Council of the Arts that organizes the trail comes to us and offers us a sculpture. They receive those sculptures as a kind donation from a donor. He pays for the sculptures themselves and their transport down to the Keys. The part that the recipient of the sculpture pays for is the sculpture's installation into whatever location you end up putting it in. We certainly don't have to take a sculpture, but if we want to, because of our excellent relationship with the Florida Keys Council for the Arts, they generally offer us our pick of the available sculptures because they are wonderful. And so if we choose to take a sculpture that they are offering this year, we would need money to install it.
Who gets to choose the sculpture?
Ron picked last year, and he made a very good choice.
It wasn't those three that are down there.
No, Ron did not pick
You
those.
didn't pick that. Oh, the rusty one at the
Yeah, the
rusty one at
sponge
Southwind.
with the rain stick that's about conservation and sort of water flowing through. Yeah.
And you're anticipating it's going to cost $11,000 to install?
Something.
Up to, yeah. So it depends on the sculpture, of course. It depends on where we would put it, the, material of the sculpture, what it's in, but we would have to do sort of an engineering study, figure out how to install it to not blow over when it's windy and that kind of thing. So it could cost, $10,000 would be pretty average for installing something
And
large.
where would this be installed?
TBD. We would find out when we get there. I just don't want us to.
I say no.
No. Okay.
I say no.
Vice Mayor?
Well, and again, because of what transpired today, I'm not against art, which I guess you were led to believe. It's money that bothers me. And I would think we have a lot of people in this town, and there's a lot of people. Have you ever thought of getting somebody to sponsor it if you're going to do this kind of stuff? I mean, we keep going to our taxpayers over and over again. And I don't even know what the sculptures look like, but that's a lot of money for
Well, the
a
ones,
sponge or whatever it was last year.
the ones that we all know are the three down in,
The ones that should be lobster traps?
yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. You're
I'm
entitled
not.
to your
You
opinion.
didn't put them there.
They're looking for artificial reeds.
You didn't
Yeah.
install those.
No.
No, and also I love when people react to art, whether it's positive or
Well,
negative or
it's a reaction,
confused
right?
It is
or
a
whatever. I
reaction.
mean, it's good.
So
My answer is no.
I agree.
Anna? I would love to skip an $11,000 piece of art for
Cool.
1 year and just say, let's just,
I'll come back to you next year and we'll see if there's something you're excited about, or if you want to provide budget for me to run a call to artists to get a local artist to do a sculpture to add to the
I
trail.
find somebody that
value.
would love to donate their piece of art.
And then I'll ask you for
in an
$11,000 to
acceptable
install that.
location and-
Well,
Yeah.
couldn't we also, if we are offered a piece of sculpture,
We
and
could.
and we can discuss it at that point to see
Right,
what that
because-
installation's
right.
going to be?
And where,
And then we could also ask the public for any donations, or maybe Roger could help with install or something like that.
I'd like to see a gold-plated Willys out there somewhere in the middle of the highway, my own stuff.
Because I like the idea and I like this program. I just think that just kind of throwing out, an average of what an install is a little bit shocking. It would almost seem to be like, hey, we've got this piece of art, here it is, we can kind of get excited about it, yeah, let's put it there. How much is that going to cost?
That
And then
sounds
we
good.
can-
I'll come to you when we get the official
you.
request for this year's sculptures. You
Thank
should
you.
expect it next meeting.
That's great, Emily, thank you. What else we got, guys? Let's move on down the line.
Peter has some more that are further down the list.
Peter, why don't we
Yeah.
just wipe all of yours out?
Yeah.
Then we'll put Vince on
That
the hot
sounds
seat.
great. Okay, we can move on to our conservation properties. We've got a number of those on the list. Okay, hold on.
Tell us where you're going.
Hattie, why don't you tell
Tab
us
9,
where
page
we're
2.
Tab 9, page 2. We're on that page, but there's lots of things on that
going?
page.
Oh, yeah, there is.
You want the Bobcat, is that what we're?
Well,
Just
So
kidding.
he's got the green turtle
Green
hammock
turtle hammock.
improvement.
Yeah, I'll
Let's
go
do that.
there.
That's
So-
a good place to start.
yeah, Green Turtle, Lance, yes, myself. Okay, Green Turtle, as you know, we've been completing recreational amenities at the Green Turtle the past 2 years. It's been going great, wonderful property, have some great results there. We are proposing, it was $87,000 in this upcoming budget for continued completion of some amenities there. We are requesting exterior painting of the Russell Cottage, which is sorely needed. We have a beautiful cottage now inside. It's now an environmental resource center. It's wonderful. Thanks Emily and Alyssa for all the work that's been done there. And we're doing some window repair, as you know, but the outside really needs a paint job. So we're requesting that. We're also requesting some improved signage. We have a wonderful park that is lacking very much so in signage that along the road, and then informational signage we're looking for at the pavilion, and then also along the waterfront. We have an excellent access point for paddlers now. We're looking to create some signs for the paddlers explaining all of the wonderful waterways, paddling trails, and the bounty and beauty of Florida Bay and the National Marine Sanctuary and the National Park right there, because it's just a perfect spot for it. We'd like to put in some bike racks, and then we're potentially going to complete a conceptual design for a new classroom building. So the request is $87,000.
And that money, it says that it's coming out of partial grant
It
fund.
says partially
so-
funded.
It's $29,424 is FDEP grant funding, and then the remaining portion would be, we would utilize park impact fees. So it wouldn't touch the discretionary sales surtax at all.
So we have the remaining amount in our park impact fees? We do. So it's not going to cost the taxpayers anything on that?
Nope.
Let's get her done.
I'm done.
All right,
I'm
excellent.
okay.
Thank you.
That's a no-brainer.
Okay, so yeah, the landscaping projects, AJ and myself oversee those projects. We budget every year for those landscaping projects, all the wonderful planting projects you see going on in the village. That's landscape mitigation funded, and we are requesting $200,000 again for planting projects.
Peter, when you budget that, is that just budgeting for just the plants and the installation, or do you project what it would be the yearly cost to maintain those as well?
There generally is no maintenance on those plants. On those planting projects, they're native plants. They require virtually no maintenance. Once we plant them, I mean, there may be some minimum maintenance of trim work, like along the right-of-ways, roads and such. So we don't really budget for extra. Of course, that's Public Works guys, AJ staff that are trimming. We are not including that. That is not included as part of AJ's staff to complete. But generally, the native landscaping doesn't need maintenance. And if AJ wants to add on to that, please do, AJ, if you're still on.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's the
That
next
comes out
question.
of that comes out of your landscaping impact mitigation?
Yes.
100% of it.
100% of it?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
Have you checked with planning on the signage that you want? Because, you know, they really,
Yeah, Jennifer, she
Yeah.
keeps in touch with me about it. The signage, though? Wait, what's signage?
signage.
The signage,
What kind of
the
signage?
legality.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I hate for you to fund that and then her tell you no.
I just want to say, it's not Peter's landscape mitigation project back there. You said your mitigation, it's not Peter's.
Yes. it
Oh,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, he owns it.
On the hook. Okay.
Okay, so the Plantation Hammock Preserve, that is the property just next door here. So the Plantation Hammock Preserve is another one of our Florida Communities Trust properties purchased with funding from the state of Florida through the Florida Communities Trust Program. That's the last remaining FCT property out of our 5 that we have completed all the recreational amenities based on the management plan with the property. So each one of these FCT properties has a management plan, and in that management plan it states what the amenities are that we need to complete at the project site. So we have not done anything at this wonderful property next door, even though it's beautiful, heavily wooded. There is an inspector that comes down usually every other year from the state. He's got his clipboard, and we walk through the property, and he looks at all the amenities that are supposed to be on there, and we don't have any done there right now. So I've been going through these properties over the years. This is the remaining one. So we are looking to complete a conceptual design for the Plantation Hammock Preserve, the property right next door. We do have a proposal in, that is from K2M. It's a great proposal. It's for master planning and conceptual design. We're proposing passive recreation over there, potentially restrooms, not totally sold on that, but a few pavilions are needed, ADA parking, some picnic areas, restoration of native plants and pollinator plants, water feature, things like owl boxes, educational areas, potentially some seating, like a small amphitheater, and some covered areas near the shoreline and some signage. Now listen, these are in the management plan, and we are scaling back. So,
This was agreed 2 years and years
oh yeah,
and
this
years
is
ago.
how we got the funding to buy this property. This is not me dreaming things up. Although I like these ideas, I love the trees. I mean, I would like to see trees.
So when we bought Frank's Forest, we promised that we would do all of this stuff?
And more. I've cut things out. We promised to put in an aquaculture facility on that property where we would be growing fish. And a history and discovery center on that property.
I remember that.
So that's how I've told them we have fulfilled both of those obligations in the village of Islamorada. We cannot do that there. So these are only the minor amenities that are still in the management plan.
How binding is a management plan?
Very.
Very.
Otherwise, we have to pay them back the money that they gave us to buy it.
Good old Frank, yeah, okay.
So, and that management plan is over 15 years old now.
Yeah, it is.
17 years old.
Yeah, it is
Very
more
old.
than 50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it probably is. Yeah, 2005, 6. Yeah, geez, it's almost 20 years old. That's
So
right.
you're proposing we do just $25,000 worth for this coming fiscal year?
Yes, that would cover the conceptual design phase of
Just-
what we're
just the design.
proposing. And it would be stakeholder meetings. You know, we'd have stakeholder meetings. Everyone, you know, there's many residents that love this park. We'd come up with a conceptual design. We would present it to the public and see what they like. That would be a major part of this.
Okay.
And that money's coming out of the discretionary money?
Yes.
Okay. That we can't
And of
spend
course,
on other things. We can't
Council,
put in.
this would come to you for approval. So you would have to approve this. You would have a resolution before you approving the contract with K2M Consulting. So
All right. We can't blame it on you. Keep going.
okay, all right. I think
We
it's
keep-
I
we
think it's a
keep
good
trying.
project. We're keeping the trees over there. It could be very
Keeping
nice.
the trees.
No,
got a-
people are
I've got an
afraid. You know, they don't
aquaculture-
want the trees cut down. It's
Got an
beautiful.
aquaculture contact.
Yeah, Moat. Yeah, luckily for Moat, we don't have to build an aquaculture
I can
facility.
provide a bucket of water for mosquitoes.
There you go.
You know, we'd like to do a water feature over there, which is going to be really neat. I'm hoping to do a water feature.
Like a water slide?
Water feature mainly for the wildlife, for birds. It would just be incredible because it's such an amazing property for the
really is.
migratory
It is.
birds.
It is.
Having
It is a
water
great
like
property.
really brings in the wildlife. So when you have a water feature and a wooded hammock like that, it could be an incredible spot to view birds. Really amazing.
And mosquitoes.
Is that include
Well, no,
the
because it's
property-
moving water.
Does that
Moving.
include the oceanside property as well?
Does not.
It doesn't, okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good question. Okay.
I'm okay with
we move on.
Yes, please.
Hattie, I think that's it on that. Oh, you know what? Let me
Yeah, I think
mention.
that's it,
You know
unless
what?
you wanna-
Safe Streets for All.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting project. I've got some notes here. So, the Safe Streets for All program. It's a U.S. DOT grant program. It helps achieve zero roadway fatalities through promotion of bicycle and pedestrian safety. So Alyssa Panzer has been leading these efforts. We were successful, thanks to Alyssa, in getting a grant It's a $320,000 planning grant from USDOT to complete this project. There is a 20% match from the village. Will come out to about $80,000. So we will not be completing the entire project this coming fiscal year. That's why we only have, what do we have in there? It's about $200,000 this coming year. That's what we're projecting we will be spending on this project. And it would, again, be grant funded.
So if I understand what you just said, it's 200,000 is grant funded. In the future, sometime we'd have about 80,000.
I think only on 160,000 is DOT grant funded, isn't it?
Yeah, 160 is FDOT grant funding, and then the rest would be coming from transportation impact fees.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so
And
this is an interesting project. It identifies priority projects with a focus on evidence-based, low-cost, high-impact strategies that can be implemented quickly to achieve corridor safety for all road users. And I just got hit by a car on my bike, so I love this. And that's the truth.
Do it for
Well,
Peter.
it's a little too late for you.
I'm serious. I mean, bike safety. I mean, somebody was not being careful. They drove off into the bike lane, and
Yeah.
so I'm very lucky. But you know,
are
I'm
very
an
lucky.
advocate for
And-
this, and anyone who rides their bikes or walks on the highway should be. So.
And the transportation fund part of it is a impact fee? Is that right?
I'm sorry?
The transportation, the 40,000 is an impact fee? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you know, in the village, when you pull up to the stop sign, the bike path, you're already crossed over the bike path. And in Sanibel, when you pull up, there's a stop sign before you get to the bike path, and then you cross the bike path, and there's a stop sign to get out on the main road. But they make you stop before you get on that, on the bike path. So you're not just pulling up and crossing the bike path and worrying about hitting Peter anymore. You're stopping before
It
you
would
get
have
there.
been nice if that was where that was, but it wasn't, so.
It might be
True,
something worth
but that's
looking into in the
interesting.
future.
I didn't know that.
And
Okay.
in Marco, they've got the crosswalks marked with those lights.
Yes,
that
they do.
Go across,
Yep.
you know, that light up to let cars know that someone's about to cross rather than a
Yeah.
sign on the side.
All right.
That's good. Sounds safe.
You're safe.
I like it.
We want to keep you safe.
Okay.
28.
Glad you wear a helmet.
Okay. Yes, helmet saved my life. Okay, Hattie, do you want to move on? Do we have? Let's see. I got the canals done. We got Sea Oats Beach done. We got the,
The
cultural
only
arts,
other things
stormwater.
that I don't know if you want to touch on, or if it's AJ that will need to touch on it, the school's pedestrian safety and the overseas heritage trail items.
Yeah, I could touch on that. I'm going to do that too, unless AJ wants to go for that. I don't. Is he still on?
I don't
mean,
know.
They're under his. That's under AJ's management.
Okay,
So if he's there, I'd rather let him.
that's fine.
Talk on
Then
it,
we'll
but,
move on. And I think
okay.
you're all done.
The only other thing that I would probably manage is the Stormwater Project 1, even though, you know, stormwater would be under Public Works as well. I'm very excited about our upcoming Stormwater Master Plan being completed. So we're proposing the design of our Stormwater Project number
That's under
1.
tab 13.
Oh, sorry. That would be the last thing I would. Sorry, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
skipping,
Can you,
but I would have to come back and
Can
we
you-
can wrap that one up.
Yeah, we do.
No.
yeah, we do.
You're not doing anything with the Indian Key Overseas Heritage Trail thing then? Is that all AJ?
He would be managing it.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, myself and Alyssa are absolutely involved in the project.
Okay.
Yeah, we have TDC grant funding for that. We are looking to improve the bike paths along the Overseas Heritage Trail through the Phil Keys. As you know, if you travel those bike paths, they're terrible. I mean, some
Yeah.
sections are okay, but it's almost unrideable on a bike through a lot of it because of the roots coming up through the asphalt. And it is the Overseas Heritage Trail, so it gets a lot of use, but it's minimized right now because of how bad that is. And it's, you know, right in the heart of Isla Mirada. It's such a beautiful place to ride a bike, and it's not usable right now.
Yeah.
So we're proposing
they were down.
updating or fixing the bike pass. And that would be, grant funded, fully grant funded.
Right.
I know you would, but, there's usually not a lot that goes unassigned, but keep on TDC about any money you can get out of them.
Okay.
I sit on that committee, I'm not allowed to vote because I sit on this one. But
Okay.
I see the money go through there, and all you can get is a no. It's like any other grant. You
Okay.
should apply for it.
The Indian Key Overseas Heritage Trail, we do have 595,000 of that is TDC funding.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
TDC's
Thank
done
you.
that, they've done pool work, they've done playground, they've done a lot of stuff, but don't let up because there's capital funds in their coffers that they can't take it out and put it into advertising, so it sits there, so.
Hey, that's 595 out of 865, is that the number I'm looking at?
Yes.
And the
Yes,
rest of that's
okay.
coming out of the
Yep.
The Indian Key Overseas Heritage Trail, the remaining portion would be coming from transportation impact fees as well.
Yes. And the Lower Matacumbe Overseas Heritage Trail, that is the restoration of the bike path Overseas Heritage Trail in that section of Lower Matacumbe. That'd be between, Sandy Cove Avenue and like Safety Harbor, where the bike path is essentially.
It's a mess.
Yes, it's in very, very bad shape. So fully grant-funded project there as well. And we are wrapping up the design of that project right now with Wade Trim. We are 90% done with design, and hopefully we're procuring a contractor to complete that project. This year is our goal. We would need to get that done because the residents need a bike path through that section. It's really bad. And we'd be elevating it. As you know, it floods in that area, so it would be elevated and improved.
Speaking of that area, Peter, have they started back working on that connectivity under US 1?
Yes.
And
Good question.
so they got the good piece of equipment that they needed, and that's going to be opened up soon?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the mayor is referring to the culvert project. We're installing a culvert underneath US 1 right there that's Palm Drive. So the contractor we had hired completed all the other culverts just fine, but the one that required the tunneling underneath, their drilling equipment essentially failed. That was what happened. That's the holdup. They had to hire a subcontractor who specialized in micro tunneling. They are mobilizing this week. So they are hired, they are mobilizing. We held a pre-construction meeting 2 weeks ago. It will take about 2 weeks for them to mobilize, set up equipment. They should be done in September is the plan. They will be drilling in about 2 weeks under the highway there. So yeah, good. Thank you for bringing that up. That's been the holdup.
So that gets done, we get this approved, then October starts, then we should be able to roll right into getting that whole area that's flooded and such a mess for the folks in Lower Matacumbe. We should be able to maybe have that really rolling, ready to go to fix that bike path, right?
That's exactly right. That's the plan right now. In the fall, hopefully we are working on it.
Yeah, those folks down there are missing that.
They
bike.
do. It's bad.
Yeah. All right, good deal. I'm all for that. Let's get her done.
Okay. All right. I was just going to mention that stormwater project, and then that's a wrap for me. And if AJ, again, if you want to chime in on that, please do. But as you know, we're completing a stormwater master plan right now. You heard the presentation from our consultants. That was our last council meeting.
Okay, hang on a second. You just jumped to tab 13? All right, just so we're all on the same
Okay,
page.
thank you. Sorry, I'll be wrapped up after this, though. So we are proposing a project on the old highway. This is, again, our first stormwater project. Okay, I'm pointing across the highway, the Plantation by the Sea neighborhood, just to the north of here on the old highway, where all of the flooding is. When we have rainfall, king tides, all of that flooding, comes across the road right at the bend, just to the south of Plantation by the Sea, Old Highway.
Yeah.
One of our most flood-prone areas in the entire village. So that is number one on our list for a stormwater project. We're proposing vegetated strip on the north side of the old highway and inlets. So inlets modified to take the water off the street, put it under the road, and then to drain it into the wetland on the ocean side there. So stormwater project number one, we're looking to complete the design. The costs are just for the design for this coming year. So we're looking, I believe it was $25,000 for design of our stormwater project number one this coming fiscal year. That's it.
Hattie, what does it leave that, in that utility fund? How much does that leave a balance with him, with us approving that?
That's a good
Is
question.
that the 227?
Hold on.
Yeah.
That's revenues over expenses for the year, so that would be adding 227 to fund balance.
So the fund balance is the 931?
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of 27, but yeah.
Okay.
And
So when-
in that fund, since we're talking about it, we also increased the cap to that from $32 to $62 in anticipation of the stormwater master plan coming out and identifying projects to do.
And speaking of that, when will we see those resolutions?
I believe that's on for August 20th.
Yeah, I was surprised that they weren't in front of the budget, that's all.
So,
It's okay.
It's expensive.
so I want to jump back to tab 9.
Yep.
From that, then, while we're talking about that, this Station 20 stormwater project that's on here, can we utilize the money in here?
No.
Okay.
Nope. That was, we did have it there originally, but apparently that's not an allowable use for that fund.
Really?
Because it's not in the village's right-of-way.
It's on village property, but not in the right-of-way. And what needs to be accomplished at this Station 20 stormwater project can't happen on the right-of-way?
That would be a Terry question. I think it's on the
Chief,
inside of
can
the
you help
property.
me understand, can we grade it to where we're working on the right-of-way and making it happen there?
So the grade coming off of US 1 in front of Station 20, actually, our side, the station side of the bike path is actually the lowest part. Add to that the fact that, 85,000-pound trucks have been backing into that station for 20 years. The front of the station ripples. So it's a combination of let's catch all that water before it comes off of US 1 and do a French drain across the front, and then mill down, resurface the front, and resurface the side of the station, because it's had sewer lines cut into the asphalt, it's had 2 water lines put in, it's had a sewer line in the back put in, and an electrical line trenched in. So the water pools where it's not supposed to. So we're trying to resurface, capture what's coming off of US 1, which will greatly reduce everything, and then resurface and flow everything so that it goes to the 2 drains that are in the back of the station and the trench French that's going to catch hopefully what's mostly coming off of US 1.
So it's water that the DOT is supplying to us when it rains?
Right.
Some of it is their water, absolutely. The other is most of Station 20, at least the front aspect of it, with the exception of about 5 feet on each side, is all asphalt. So it doesn't perk anywhere, so it stands. We're trying to make it go down a drain somewhere and not become standing water. That's already been drawn up. We're just waiting for funds to try to make it happen.
All right.
So most of those funds are coming from where? I'm sorry.
Currently out of capital. Obviously, we'll chase stormwater money through grants wherever we can.
So capital meaning at least the
Discretionary.
sales tax.
Yes.
Correct,
Not-
discretionary sales tax.
Not any transfer out of general funds and.
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay. Peter, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Peter's all done. So we want to move to IT? Sure.
I think we're back at 9.
We're back on tab 9.
Back in a 9.
1.
We,
9, page
It's all
1.
over the place.
Keep us online, people.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just have really, it's 3 items. The backup storage, I may scratch, I haven't decided on that yet. But the servers and the AI initiative is something I'm really looking at, because our servers at our co-location are going to be 7 years old and coming end of life. And I'm looking to upgrade what's at Village Hall and move what's at Village Hall to the co-location. So what that does is, if we get hit with a hurricane and Village Hall gets damaged where we can't function out of it, I can keep all our services running. That's kind of the whole goal, and I'm kind of required to, just in emergency services with state laws and all that. So I'm looking to upgrade that equipment, and also adding an AI server that will run internally, so that basically we're going to look for efficiencies and hopefully be able to manipulate all our data inside and help everybody work more efficient. And is there any questions on any of that?
Is that something that has to happen this year? You said it's getting to the end of its life.
It'll reach its end of life in January of '27. And then what happens at that point,
So yes.
if one of the hosts go down that runs all our servers goes bad, we have to pay for it out of pocket. And it would be looking to replace it new. It's better to stay ahead of this, because it's a lot, and the hardware is also going up. This started with the hardware costing $150,000 in January. The hardware currently is $239,000. I just got a quote this morning. So it's still going up fast, and I'm hoping it doesn't jump that much by October when I come back to you to ask for approval.
What's the breakdown there in terms of the 350? What's the AI server?
300 would go to the Nutanix servers that run all our core. That basically runs everything that runs the village server-wise. And the 50 would go to AI. So, and that, I probably wouldn't spend the whole 50. I'm putting that in there as a safety net. The server will cost about $35,000. All the software I'm going to be using is open source, so it's technically free. So it would be just my effort to get it running. And, you know, I think that if we don't start jumping into AI, we're going to be behind the 8 ball. I think it's really important that we look at it, because I can have a 5-year strategic plan that I'll present to you at the actual budget hearing, so you can see my plan of the steps to take over the next 5 years, and how we can make the village, you know, everybody in the village work more efficiently.
That's wonderful.
Been around too long, I guess. I remember the days when we've had server problems, and it's not a whole lot of fun when you think you can't get to the stuff you need.
Yeah, and see, what happens is at Village Hall, we replicate all our core servers to our co-location, so that in an event, I can just click a button and it fails over to that place. We have to make a few adjustments and we're online. We also have a lot of backup software. Like we have multiple copies of our data everywhere. Because if you don't, and there's a cyber incident, you need a way to recover. And that's the important thing. Currently, we can be back online within 2 hours if we get totally taken out of Village Hall, if everything's good at the co-location. So, and our goal is trying to get it to an hour, but that's hard to do.
I think it's important to try to stay ahead of this stuff. Like I said, I remember some of the old days when we didn't have any access but here.
Yeah.
And that was a scary thought.
Yeah, and then when I came here,
to not be able to get into it.
Yeah, when I came here, they were running all physical servers. That's when we initiated the cloud initiative. So everything runs with, so we can move them around to wherever we have to. We could even put it in the cloud if we had to at this point, but that gets very expensive. So this is, I've priced it out both ways of just running this all in a cloud, and it's 3 times as much money to do it the proper way.
So talk about the backup storage. You said that you were still thinking about it.
I'm thinking about that because
can we cut it?
We put a system in last year that's working really well, and it's a very secure system. This was for a cheaper system just for our workstations, and I have 2 systems that still have another year or 2 left of life. So I can keep them in service for now, and I think I would want to go to what we did last year for the rest of it, because it's more efficient, it's more secure, and so I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that yet. I'm still thinking about it. By the time we come back to the budget hearing, I'll have a decision.
Well, we can help you decide today.
What, just to cut it out?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can live
don't-
without it, but the only thing,
I don't want to jeopardize any of our IT stuff. I
But
really
the,
don't. But
if the hardware goes, that was going to be my backup. If the hardware jumped more than I think by October, I was just going to take that money and put it all into the Nutanix systems. So that was my thought there.
what's everybody else's thought? Leave it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do too.
100%.
I do think
I'm
it's
impressed
important.
you've got a 5-year strategic plan. That's awesome. That
Well,
keeps
it's
you
still
way ahead of the curve.
it's still being worked on. Well, I have to, because everything's changing so fast in IT anymore. It's hard to keep up with.
I'm sure it is, Vince.
Yeah.
And of course, if you can find any grants or something to help.
And, yeah, I'm going to be chasing grants, especially for the hardware, because since it's disaster recovery, there are some things to chase on that, but they haven't been, there's a federal grant we've been trying to get with the Flagiza group I go to, and they haven't gotten an answer from the federal government on whether they'll support it or not. It started in 2023. So,
We're right on top of that.
yeah, we did get grants for our cybersecurity software, which helps. So that, I'm in the process of applying for next year's right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions?
Anything else? Thank you, Vince.
All right, thank you.
Next would be Terry.
I guess we get the
Terry
chief
back.
up here. And then we're going to do, well, yeah, let's do that, and then we'll go back to the park.
All righty, we'll bounce right into it. So the first item that you see there is the engine 19 replacement. That's the truck that we ordered a few years ago. According to the manufacturer, they are hoping to have it done out of Ohio and shipped to the main South Florida plant come October. So it'll be first of the next fiscal year. That's the truck that we've been trying to set money aside, so it's not one giant hit all at once upon delivery. So the delivery price on that is $1,007,000, so that's the largest ticket item that you'll see. Second item that you see is the replacement of our APX radios. The old XTS are no longer supported. The APX 6000s and 7000s are no longer supported, and they don't have a lot of the functionality that the 8000s do. 8000 is the latest and greatest that Motorola has without having to pay a subscription service monthly or annually in order to be able to use them after you already pay for a $10,000 radio. It's a little bit ridiculous, so it's me kind of fighting back the system. That is actually also on a grant that we're chasing, so I will hold off on this procurement until I find out whether we get the AFG grant. Once we get the AFG grant, then this money can go back into capital for other items. If we do not get the grant, then obviously I'll have to move forward through capital to procure those radios. Station 20 kitchen remodel. That kitchen is 23 years old. It was designed for 2 people to be working out of it. There's obviously 4 people that are on duty every day out of that station. It's just rough and it's beat, so we're trying to get a remodel done on the kitchen area and the cabinets and stuff of that nature, flooring. The Station 19 bunk room remodel, that building was built for 2 people to be on duty. It went to 3 and we had overflow of 1 bunk room. Now there's 4 people on duty most days and there's not 4 bunk rooms. So what we did was actually take 2 closets, tear out the wall between the 2 closets, and we made a Harry Potter bedroom. It is obviously is not a great situation. So what we're in process already with a local architect is redesigning bunk room 3, part of the hallway, and bunk room 4, so that we redesign bunk room 3 and that end of the building so that we have 4 proper bunk rooms into that area. Also includes replacing some hot water heaters that are leaking in the ceiling or leaking in the loft of the engine bay. and some door fixing as well. But that's the Station 19 bunk room remodel that you see. Thermal imaging cameras, that was originally $7,000 more than that. We dropped it to try to save some money. That's replacing 2 of our thermal imaging cameras that are reaching end of life on our trucks right now.
Didn't a benevolent donate some of those a while back to the?
We get some through grants, and we also get some through our local insurance providers. Fireman's Insurance Trust, I believe. We're eligible periodically. When those cycles open up, we're actually eligible to apply, and when we do, our local agent notifies us. We submit application, and yes, they typically will give us 1. We're in need of 3. We're only getting 2 just in order to try to cut some money and save where we can. But yes, we do chase other avenues for that as well. The propane generator, Station 19, that's what you brought up, Mr. Mayor, yesterday. That's the 60 kW propane generator that is at Station 19. According to our our maintenance contractor, it's starting to reach end of life. We're chasing multiple gremlins on a regular basis, so it's not a reliable backup source. So he recommends that we replace that out. And then the bottom one is the one that we've already discussed, the stormwater project for Station 20. That's my capital in a nutshell. Any questions?
Terry, did we discuss the radios before, or was that a different kind of radio or communication device? I thought we had done a resolution on that before.
You did. So beginning of this year, we actually procured 6 radios, which was what I had in the budget last year. So I procured 6 already this year. And like I said, we'll be getting hopefully 12 under the new budget, or hopefully 12 under the next grant under AFG. And then we'll replace them. We lose 1 or 2 a year. We send them off. Sometimes they're not worth repairing. A lot of the older radios aren't worth repairing. And like I said, the 6,000 and 7,000, they're no longer supported by Motorola. So they won't make repairs on those radios.
How many total do you normally need or want?
So there's 15 on duty every day, 12 are on shift, and then 3 are admin that carry radios. And then the engines are required to have spares, and the rescues are required to have spares. So that's where we're trying to get to that number.
Okay. And then for the remodels, the numbers that you're giving us here, you got requests for proposals in terms of, I'm just wondering how accurate they are in terms of someone's come in and given you an estimate for what that's going to be.
The architect gave us a rough number to throw into the budget for this. He's in the process of drawing the Station 19 remodel now, and part of the drawing is for him to give me an estimated cost with the Monroe County calculator, because everything costs more down here, to do an estimated cost of what it would take. So that was his number preliminarily looking at it. He didn't think it would be a huge ordeal, so that was the number he gave us. Same thing, Station 20, the kitchen remodel. I spoke to some kitchen and bath remodel folks. They're the crazy most expensive part of it is the cabinets and all that. And I had a contractor come out as well to give me what it would take to do the drywall, the plumbing, the electric, stuff of that nature. And that was the number that was given to me.
Okay, thanks.
So again, best guess.
But it's an educated with a professional guest behind you, right?
It's a swag, yes, ma'am.
So the
Remember
only
that.
big buy is still getting the dollars out for this new engine, right?
Yes, sir.
Gotta have it.
Yeah, and just for our own edification, can you give us the history on that, how you were able to anticipate these trucks going up significantly in value, so we placed this order some years ago?
Correct. So this truck was ordered a few years ago with a build lead time of estimated between 44 and 5 years, 44 months and 5 years. So we ordered the truck well in advance of the truck in theory reaching its end of life, so that we weren't fighting trucks being out of service. As a point of reference, I had our logistics guy pull how many times our engine, either 19, 20, 21, or the ladder truck was out of service in the last 4 years. And he added up all those days the trucks were out of service, and as of 2 weeks ago, it was 408 days. So basically a little over a year, we had basically 1 truck lost out of service. So we're trying to replace that truck before it becomes a maintenance nightmare. If that truck doesn't become a maintenance nightmare, my suggestion to the council and to the manager would be that we keep that truck as a reserve truck, so when I do have a truck go down for maintenance or for an issue, that we still have a frontline truck that's eligible. Not only does it provide us with full frontline response, but it also gives us credit towards our ISO, which is bonus points for our insurance assessment. And when it becomes a maintenance nightmare, we auction it off.
And do we borrow from somebody else? Is that what we've done in the past, is when we have a issue with the trucks that we're really short, like an ambulance, I'm thinking, that we borrowed from the
Yes,
county
ma'am.
or something?
So fire trucks, they pretty much don't loan those out. Those are $1 million assets. We've tried through Miami-Dade. They wouldn't give me one of those lime green trucks to drive around for whatever reason. I don't understand why. But we have. Last year, we actually had 2 of our rescues go down. So we had to block out a station and just respond EMS with an engine, and then 20 would have to come down and transport the person for us. We did come to council end of last year, earlier this year, or end of last, with an MOU with Key Largo EMS district. And what we were doing was we were borrowing one of their trucks. And we've reciprocated that numerous times. They had a truck actually get hit by lightning, so they were chasing electrical gremlins on that. And they were running one of our trucks for quite a few months up in Key Largo. Just expanded our district.
So at least we're trying to have a backup plan on that, too.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We have a backup rescue, so we have backups on that.
Anything else for Terry?
One more just quick thing, just with the generator, is there any cost recovery on the old one by any chance in terms of?
I did not make that ask. I will find out. I can ask Alan if there's any sort of recoup cost on that. But I did not ask that. I apologize.
Is that something you send out to bid, or we just sole source that with Alan?
We have a contract with him.
We do.
Yes, sir. And that was competitively bid.
Okay. Anything else for Terry? Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Public Works, we'll go down to him.
AJ, are you there?
Yep, I am here.
Okay.
All right, we'll go down the list here. So the first item on there is replacing our skid steer. We have, our oldest one we have is the 2010, so it is 16 years old. It has been having issues. We also, in our current budget, had money in for our new generator building to have a forklift, and we decided to not go forward with that and to possibly use that as a shared asset between wastewater and public works, and to be able to keep one on site for unloading large materials. So that's what you have in there for that. The next item down there is actually for Parks and Rec. It's a truck for Parks and Rec to replace their truck that they currently have. I believe it is a 2013 F-150. So it has reached more than its life, service life. The next one down is another side-by-side for right-of-way maintenance. The next item down is putting our right-of-way assets into our GIS system. So this is to help to incorporate that as we move and transition into our work order program. We did a first phase with wastewater, and the next phase is to incorporate all of our public works assets in there as well. And that way we have, we'll be able to track time spent, labor, material, equipment, things like that on all of our jobs and everything else that we do.
Hey, AJ, I got a question real quick.
Yep. Yeah, pause with me.
Sheila's beat you by $2,000. Her truck's only going to cost $40,000. Why is yours $42,000?
This is the park had put it in there. They're looking at a half-ton truck.
I'm sorry, they're looking at a what?
A half-ton. So like an
Oh.
F-150 or a
And so
F-1500.
Park and Recs needs bigger than a half-ton?
This is for Parks and Rec. I don't think they do.
Oh, so Sheila, you're looking at like a
use
Maverick.
They use
They're
it when they
looking
go to
at
the hardware store and things like that. They're not usually towing a whole lot of
150.
stuff. If they need to tow something heavy or anything like that,
I got you.
they can utilize a truck from Public Works.
Okay.
Next item down is a request to replace the entrance signs to the village. The one on the south end was taken out during Irma. We've looked at trying to replace it a few times, but it's gotten pulled from our budget. And then the one on the north end is in great need of repair and replacement.
So this was on the budget a couple times ago, and it was also offered up by one of the local artists to touch up the one on the north end, and nothing was done about that.
Yeah, we've done the touch-ups and repair to it. I don't know, I mean, we can have it looked at, but we've looked it over and we don't know if there's really much more saving of the sign. It's pretty beat up and rotten.
But if you can get two brand-new signs similar to what we had for $30,000, isn't that what I just saw?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to know who you're shopping with.
Those were prices we got a couple years ago from a local vendor that did the signs.
Does that include any lighting, AJ, or?
Yeah, it'd be reincorporating the solar lighting because they're both remote locations. So it's and adding the solar panels, the battery, and the lighting, LED lights, and stuff like that.
Right.
And they'd be the same sign, more or less, right?
That would be my intent, yes, is to replace with what they have, unless you guys want to try to redesign something or
No.
don't like them.
They fit the village. I don't think you can do it for $30,000, but more power to you if you can.
He'll have an extra 2,000 for the truck.
There you go. For 32, maybe he can do it.
There you go. All right, going down, we already talked about the Safe Streets for All, Pete did, and then the Island Road School pedestrian safety.
Did we talk
Can't
about
remember if he talked about that one or not, but that one is adding, it's a safe routes to school. So at the three schools that we have in Islamorada, Plantation Key School, Coral Shores, and Treasure Village Montessori, it's extending existing sidewalks or adding new sidewalks to expand upon the neighborhoods. And those were partially grant funded.
Okay. AJ, I don't see a flagpole for somewhere around the swimming pool. The swimming pool doesn't have a flagpole. Has anybody talked about that?
We would have to talk with Maria on
Yeah, that
one.
would be part of the parks budget.
It is in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving down, I think we talked about the Overseas Heritage Trail and the on both Indian Key and Lower Mat. The next item is the beginning stages for conceptual design of a public works facility, looking at all of our properties that we have, whether it's on the hill, some of the other properties we have on site. But it's the next phase of the Parks Master Plan is to relocate the maintenance building, which houses both Public Works and the Parks maintenance guys.
Steve?
I mean, is it me or is $100,000 seem like a whole heck of a lot for a concept design for Public Works building?
It does sound like a lot. Vice Mayor, you had some you want to say?
Say the exact same thing as Steve, and plus, I know, Ron, you've talked about this, but, you know, we want to put it up over there on the hill. I don't know how everybody else feels about that. Isn't that where he's looking to put it?
That's one of the sites, because other than that, we'd have to go out and buy a place.
What are the sites? I keep hearing multiple sites. What, other than on the hill, where's the other site?
Well, I personally looked at a couple. One was the UPS building AJ and I looked at. That wasn't feasible. We looked at a couple others next to Cabrera, but the price was, in my opinion, too high.
Yeah.
We're currently using, for example, the back part of the church, but depending on what we do at the church, we could either keep part of it or sell the whole thing. And then the hill, just because that was in the master plan, and with the proviso that we would not be taking trees, it would be within the existing, what's already there is there, but not take out any more trees. But there is a lot of space up there. Currently, for example, there's a lot of, I guess for a better word, junk. And I've tried to keep it cleaned out, but it tends to accumulate over there. We have dumpsters, et cetera. So obviously one of the choices would be to put this over on the hill, but not take out any vegetation. Just the existing footprint would be used, assuming it could all fit in there.
So we're budgeting $100,000 and we really don't have a clue where we're going or what we're doing on that.
This is to look at those locations and see if they're suitable and provide options as far as what that would look like.
To look at those locations, so far I've only heard one location. Isn't that what you just said?
That's
We hear one location.
what I heard.
Yeah, the hill is the preferred location.
No, it's
what's
the
on our
only
master plan
location that
too.
you've given us. It's the only location.
What do you, Vice Mayor, you're saying no on the hill?
I'm not crazy about the
I
hill.
just find it hard to believe you're not going to touch any vegetation there.
Yeah, me too.
As I've been through there
Oh, it's already been.
multiple
Already
times.
been raped and pillaged.
Yeah, I just don't, and I think $100,000, I don't know who's drawing it, but
And the space up there isn't big enough, so
I
I
agree.
understand. It might handle the Parks and Rec half of it, but not the Public Works half of it, which I still find it hard to believe that we can't combine these in some way and save money along those
And I think that the
lines.
folks on Gimpy Gulch and the
Yes.
$20 million piece of property right next to it always anticipated that would never be touched.
Yeah.
And slowly
That's a
but
good
surely it keeps getting eaten away.
If it was if it wasn't Public Works, if it was a cultural building or something, or like a community center
Right.
kind of building, it might be a different story in my book. But Public Works is not a very attractive.
Kind of industrial, more of a.
Right.
Industrial idea. We can't put that over there? That's not part of the plan on Frank's Forest? No, okay. We could put a bird bath on top of it.
since we own the church, is there any way we could utilize maybe the front to rent to somebody to have income and utilize the back more for Public Works?
I think the illegal sign on there says for sale or rent.
It's down now.
Yeah, it has to be down. It's not legal.
I know, that's why I said that.
I even objected to that. They're not going to use the existing building.
No,
The
they're not.
odds
No.
are it's not
They're
going to
not
be
going to.
used.
It's not
And to
historical
lease,
either. Yeah.
it would be,
Right.
you might be able to lease it as a temporary thing, as a holding point for a company or something, but I can't see somebody leasing it.
Would that be a consideration for Public Works?
You want it on US one?
Expensive? No.
$4 million,
I know.
That's
I
a
just
$4
said-
million
that's what I just
piece of
said.
property.
$4 million piece of
That's what I
property.
just said. Expensive.
This has been the problem all along of trying to move Public Works out of the park here, is that we didn't provide a long time ago, not us,
Yeah.
the village didn't provide a long
I don't
time
think
ago. They
anybody
didn't
ever
think about it.
anticipated that the Public Works machine would grow as much as it did.
Well, that's true.
It's now an empire.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't like spending $100,000 for the hill myself. It's just me.
I
You want to
don't
leave it in as
either.
an option so that we can start looking for what needs to happen there?
Can we
Doesn't
Can we
mean-
get anything
He's
done
still
for
got to come
50?
back and get the approval to spend that $100,000.
Can
But
we,
he
can we,
needs an options to, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
the.
Can we cut
the
it to
Parks
50?
Committee and every other person is envisioning that he get out of
Yeah,
here.
I agree.
Yeah. So I mean, there has to be an option. We still have to approve the expenditure
Can we
instead
Cut
of
it in
just,
half.
Can we cut it to 50? Can we get anything done for 50?
sure you could.
Yeah, I think so.
Sure, you can get conceptuals done. You gotta find a piece of property first, right?
I think the
True.
hill's too small.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you want all of Public Works out of here, the hill's not big enough.
No.
If you're talking about only Parks and Rec, maybe, but I don't understand why it wouldn't be combined and they
I
be
agree.
co-using equipment.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, we can also consider exploring the idea of keeping Public Works at the church site and turning that church site into something beneficial for the village as well. So it could kind of be a dual purpose that we haven't thought of yet.
What, there's no, AJ, there's no room over there where you just built that the new building, big giant building for the free generator?
It's a small piece of property.
No, there's not. It's basically two residential
Yeah,
lots.
it is. I live in that.
I got you.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's small.
Okay.
At least they finished it.
Oh, was that a rhetorical question? I'm so sorry.
There's, the county decided not to get out of their property here in Islamorada, right? The one on US 1 just north of here, right?
Correct,
They were
yeah.
planning on moving to
When
Key
they
Largo,
built their
it wasn't big
facility in Key Largo, as they started moving in, they realized they did not build it big enough. So they had to reoccupy their Islamorada site.
So there's other properties also in the village that I don't know, I think a lot of them are in residential neighborhoods, but we've had this discussion before. We own property in this town. It's just a matter of where it is
Right.
and what it can be used for and what it was bought
Yeah.
for. You
I mean,
know,
there's-
I'm not suggesting that we take conservation and
No,
do
but
that. I'm not
there is-
suggesting
There is
that.
some, I think there's a couple of lots that we own that are on the old road on Plantation Key that are just full of invasive exotics.
Yeah, see, something like
And
that.
if we remove the invasive exotic, but I don't know what the zoning is there, and Jennifer would have to get involved in that, and.
Yeah, she's excited. She doesn't have anything to do.
But it's worth, those are worth looking into, is properties
Yeah.
that we already own that are kind of out of the way. And I drove by there the other day and just saw, it was full of the seaside hibiscus. I mean, it was eaten up with it. Two of them, two large pieces of property.
So
So,
what do we want to do with this?
well, I mean, it's y'all's call.
We want
we-
it out, but
Right.
we don't want to do anything, but, so we have to, in my opinion, you gotta leave something in there so they at least start exploring the ideas and
Let's-
finding a piece of property.
let's
He's
leave
gonna have to
50.
come back to us
Let's
to
leave
spend
50.
any
Is
of
50
it.
enough? You're
So-
right. You're exactly right. You
fine.
can't
Okay.
do it.
You
Let's
can't tell somebody
try
to do something and then tie their hands
And-
to
and-
it.
AJ, cut that in half, it sounds like.
And Ron, can you please direct and make sure that this is happening, that we look at these other properties and come back to us?
Yeah, we've been looking for a couple of years at properties, but we'll continue to keep looking.
You know what kind of makes me afraid sometimes is that we talk about, we put these in a budget and we say it's 100,000 and then somebody gives us a target of, oh, it's probably gonna be around 100,000,
Right.
you know? Right, we really kind of do.
We do.
Automatically,
We do.
yeah. All right, where else we got, anything?
Village Hall improvements, is that the next one on the list? It's $1 million.
Exactly.
Yeah, can I get some
Is that the-
detail
isn't
on that?
Isn't that the bathrooms or something?
No, so this is renovating Village Hall as far as the second floor, third floor, also incorporating the exterior painting and kind of all the weld plates, the sandblasting and sealing of the building. It is everything in its original from 2009, I believe. So it was a request from staff to renovate both floors and make any changes or anything like that
Okay,
on the interior side.
I vaguely remember a discussion about building a bathroom on the
The bathroom,
front
yeah.
side.
It was
a
determined that that was
public
not needed.
bathroom? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Sheila
you.
was telling us about that because of about,
We don't have public access.
right, either if we don't do the bathrooms for the baseball field, they need public access, and so Sheila's going to help explain what that's about.
So what was originally discussed a few years ago is that staff was not happy with letting the public use the restrooms behind our locked
locked doors.
doors. We've gotten over it, I guess, is the best answer that I can say. And it's just part of this renovation. There are several things from what I understand. One is to balance the air conditioning system because we're continually having issues with the AC system. So that would have been part of this renovation, along with just general renovations to the interior of the building. Painting, flooring, desks, that kind of stuff. And as well as, I guess AJ was including, I wasn't sure on the value, is the basic maintenance and minor restoration on the exterior of the building, checking for any minor spalling, painting, caulking. It's never been done. Like you said, we're almost 18 years old. I mean, goodness. And then, of course, we need to inspect the roof, make sure the roof is still, we aren't leaking now, but it needs to still needs to be inspected to make sure it's still in good condition.
What kind of
Wasn't there an
roof
idea
is-
about changing out some of the carpet too and putting in a different flooring in there so that,
Well,
because there's some folks getting
There-
sick as they're coming in and.
Correct. There was originally with the addition of the bathrooms, we were going to try to do some minor renovations as we could, as we could fit into the budget.
Right.
So now we've kind of just knocked the whole restroom part off because we've been able to deal with the customers coming back. And with everything being electronic, that group of people has narrowed tremendously. We don't see as much foot traffic coming into the building.
Well, you already had money budgeted anyway, didn't we, for
Doesn't look like it.
last
Last year, we had
the budget year we're in now
275,000
for
budgeted that we
Village
didn't
Hall,
use.
public restroom and painting?
Correct.
We had it 275 and there's what, almost 52,000.
Which ended up being the HVAC system. Wasn't
Okay.
really originally part of the budget, but it was an emergency
And
replacement.
so the HVAC was 52,000 roughly.
yeah.
Right, we
there's
replaced
still-
3 units.
There's still like over $200,000 left from what was budgeted this year. Would that kind of fall into this?
I think
Yes.
I think it does. Part of that is
Okay.
a kind of an overrun.
So we're not
from-
really looking at that big figure because there's still 200
That is-
dangling out there anyway.
That is correct. That's a kind of a rollover for a lot of the exterior improvement.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, roof inspection, we need to do that. I mean,
The painting needs to
Painting.
be done. You can't just leave a painting
And then
undone.
that'll do
Some of the folks in there are starting to feel the effects of 18-year-old carpet. As many people come and go and go and come in there. 18 years in a commercial building is a long time.
Yes.
Maybe you could do it with something that's maybe not a carpet.
Right, we were considering more of a laminate type floor or something that easy to clean.
Yeah. Oh, again, it's a number, it's a placeholder in a number that needs to be
Yeah, and as long as we're not doing a transfer of funds
swagged
and
and
it's
still
money we
approved as it
can't,
comes through. What's that, Dan?
I'm sorry, as long as it's using money that we are not transferring out of the general fund, and we're using money that can only be spent on capital stuff.
Right.
I don't have as much of a problem
Yeah.
with doing it. We do need to do Village Hall improvements. Yeah.
Well, let's attack the most important ones first before we go to desks and
Yeah.
lamps and things like that.
100%,
Yeah, I don't think we need to go that far.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the leftover furniture. Oh. No, I won't. No, I won't.
Well, if they already have 200.
Where's the 200? I'm not seeing the 200. Where's
Up here,
the 200?
up here, if you look under Village Hall, Public Restroom and Painting HVAC, we had already budgeted for this fiscal year,
Oh,
we're in now
up one
275.
section.
It's under
It's under,
Capital Outlay Public Works.
yeah, but the other one's down
And,
quite a
yes,
ways.
and the other one's down.
And that's, it was
See, they've only spent
budgeted,
51.8, right?
Yes.
Right.
You know, and it was already
Right.
allocated 275, so they've got 225, really, a little
why-
less.
why don't we
200.
so how does that work?
Why
Can
don't we
we,
put that at
can we
800?
reduce that by
Lower
225
down
and
to
still
800.
leave the
Let's
million
do
in
that.
there and make it work right?
Let's lower it down to 800, and then I think everybody will be happy. Can we do that?
So that would include the 200. That would be moving the 200 forward
ma'am.
a
Yes,
year.
ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you would be giving us 600 more for this fiscal year, if I'm understanding you correctly. No.
Total?
If, yeah.
Do phase it, do 600 and they have two, so if it's 875.
I don't know how much a roof, a roof is going to be.
Still around 825.
They need a roof.
After 18 years,
So
it's
you want to
going to
lower
need
that to
something.
6,
It's
and
going to
then
need
use the 2
something.
that's up here that's left over, and that gives them 8.
So the total would be 8. I'm moving the 2 down just because it would be one project and it's better for tracking and
Yes.
everything. So that would be
Right.
included there, not up top anymore.
So- So what we want to tell her is it's a total of 8.
Yes.
right?
Including.
Including whatever's left over from the.
Yes.
Is that- you think-
You'll get a total, you'll still get a total of 8.
Done.
You're good.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good deal. And everybody's happy.
Well, maybe not everybody.
Yeah, everybody's happy.
Everybody's sitting here.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And that's everything I have.
What?
That's everything I have for capital.
That's all he has.
Okay, that's all.
All right, Parks.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Well, I'm real excited about these projects. As you know, the park is 25, 26 years old, so a lot of these projects are just to kind of get our current facilities up to the standards that they need to be. And some of these are new projects, but a lot of this stems from our master plan that we have. So we're kind of taking the lead and following the master plan with all the suggested projects that are on there. And I guess I'll just go by item here, one item at a time, and we can just talk about it and give me your input. It's okay? So the first 3 is the golf cage. The current golf cage that we have right now, the netting is about 9 to 10 years old, so that needs to be replaced. There's just a lot of holes and tears in it, and the maintenance guys have just been repairing it for the last several years. So that cost includes the netting, the cable, and the hardware, and the installation. So that's that project. The inside the golf cage, the grass area, it's basically just weeds and dirt and rocks. It's just a mess. And it's made suggestions on putting artificial grass in that area. And that grass will be basically artificial that's used for golf ranges and stuff like that. So it's a high turf quality grass. And it'll always be beautiful and kept up and less maintenance for that. Also is recommended in the master plan is the putting green. They're recommending a 3 to 4 hole little putting green right next to that golf cage. So that'll be an additional facility to the park. And I think it'll just be a nice addition for all those folks that are using the golf area. And it is used a lot. It's a nice facility. It's used by a lot of our local residents and tourists that come down, and also the high school uses it quite a bit for their golf team. So those are the three that's involved with the golf cage area. Multi-use field upgrade, that is our baseball field that's right over here. It's baseball, softball, we use it for kickball. A lot of the youth organizations use it for their activities, and basically the fencing, the dugouts, all that needs to be replaced. That's the original, I think it's the original fencing and so forth there, so it's in dire need of replacement. The replacement of our storage building, that is over there by our maintenance area. There's basically three, you would call them storage containers. They're shipping containers that have been there since I can remember as well, and they are in dire need. There's holes in it. They are not to code, from what I understand, from what our planning director always says, you need to get them out of here. So that's part of it, is just to upgrade those facilities. They're horrible. There's bugs in it, rats. It's just a mess. And we want to replace that with a prefabricated building. And hopefully maybe we can get AC in there. We'll see if we can do all that. But it's just basically replacing an area that is badly needed for all our park supplies.
You're going to sign a non-conversion agreement if you AC it?
Am I? Yes.
Just say yes.
Okay. Whatever they say, I do for the most part when it comes to. Yeah, no, it's not. No staff will be hanging out.
It's the overnight that we were thinking about.
The aquatic facility art installation, we kind of touched base on that a little bit yesterday. That's an initiative from our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and Friends of the Pool. If you want specifics on that, I think got a little help from Emily there to help us with that.
That wall we were talking about.
Everybody talked about.
Do you want more information on that one?
Exactly. I've got no phone calls.
Would you like more information from Emily on that? And
I just think it touches on a general situation that we seem to be hitting with these RFPs, that we're not really seeing them before they're going out. They're putting together committees of people that are kind of doing it, and then we're sort of finding out after the fact.
Well, I think that's because we really should be doing I think maybe that's more of a 30,000-foot policy decision, and once the policy then the rest takes place, coming back to us saying here's what it's going to cost. So I think maybe this is the time, maybe not the time to talk about that policy of, it seems like that we always get heartburn over these art projects. So maybe that's a policy decision we need to have a discussion about openly, so that it's fair from now on. Right? I'm talking about any art project. We have heartburn over art projects on the side of the road, and we're having heartburn over, you're saying you're getting a lot of calls over this wall thing, and I haven't gotten any, but if there's a lot of calls happening, then we need to have a discussion about it.
I think we do, and again, it's not that I don't like art, and when I talked to you and sent you that artist, there was no price tag attached to it, and $20,000 to me, when we have a town full of artists and there's been different things. I know when Beth Levy was Kamenstein, she wanted to put pictures of past people up on the wall. And that could be done for free. You could go out and find sponsors if you wanted to pay for it. You could ask Pasta to oversee some of the kids. To me, you know, it's easy to spend other people's money, and that's wonderful. But when people start saying, what are we spending $20,000 for artists when we live in a town with some very talented artists who, it should be part of the community. Why not let the high school kids or kids have their name on the wall because they live here?
But couldn't those local artists have bid on this thing the same as any other?
Why would you bid on something for free when somebody's offering you $20,000? We're back to the old, you put
Yeah, but
$20,000
then
up
why
there.
are they complaining? Because
No one's complaining about that. It's complaining that the money came after the fact. In other words, see, you guys didn't even know about it. The only reason I know about it is because a friend of mine applied. And he asked me how much money it paid. I had no clue. Does it pay money? And so we're getting people to apply for something without knowing the details.
And Sharon, I mean, I knew about it. I just wasn't aware that the $20,000 hadn't been approved yet. I saw what
me
it was.
too.
I thought
Me
it was
too.
coming from somewhere else.
I did too. And so that's part of the problem, you know?
Well, maybe we need to put it out there that, there's these ideas and these projects that we want to do in the community and bring it forward first and then say, maybe if I go out, maybe I can try to get some sponsors, maybe I can get some local people to do it, but if not, then maybe we come and say,
I agree.
do you guys think that if I put $10,000, $20,000 out there, that you guys would be willing to do something like that?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier.
I agree.
When we go in here and we budget something and it says it's gonna be $1 million project, rest assured, it's gonna be $1 million project.
Mm-hmm.
If it's gonna be a $20,000 art piece,
And so who's gonna say I'll
rest
do it for
assured, it's
free?
gonna be and so, yeah.
When you put the $20,000 price tag on there, who's gonna say, oh, I'll do it for nothing? Nobody.
So is it chicken or the egg thing? Emily, how do we approach this?
That's such a good question. Yeah, so for the RFP that we issued, we needed to give artists an idea of what the budget might be for something like this in order to get them to apply. But we did not in the RFP promise to actually fund anything. There's language in there that says we have the discretion to go forward with a purchase or not. The village is not in any way obligated to make this procurement just by issuing it. But I love the idea of me running by you in the future, any potential art projects. I'd love if you would bring them to me and then we can talk about it. I'd like to do a call to artists every single year if we could.
Go on.
I have a
Vice Mayor.
suggestion. Why don't, and Ron, this would be more for you, these RFPs that just go out, shouldn't maybe the council have weigh in on how they're worded, what's in there and what we're looking for before we put the cart before the horse before the cart or the cart
Maybe.
before the horse?
I think it's kind of granular. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what we have staff to do.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah, but
Policy.
I
when
think-
they're
So we
things-
should just set the policy. Do we want art in this
Well,
town?
yeah, we want art.
Okay, and so then I just think I think we're going beyond what a council does when we start reviewing RFPs and trying to give our,
Well, maybe
maybe
we're
that's,
offering.
that will end up being 2 years down the line like we did on the ball field by trying to pick something apart that, I don't know, I don't feel that way.
Okay.
That's just me.
So-
No, it's just me.
so-
I understand.
I'm
So-
just one of
trust
five,
me.
So
so
I have an
I
idea.
understand what you're saying too.
I have an idea.
What?
I have an idea. The idea is, I agree with you, it's not our job to nitpick all this and to do that. But at the same time, for this, there's that word again, I
There's that
like
word
it,
again.
sorry. I nitpick my job, so it's all fair. So maybe what should happen, though, is that some kind of notification that we're looking at it, putting an RFP out for wastewater, stormwater, and an art project. That's all you have to tell us. And then if we have more interest as an individual, we can come talk to whoever, Ron, through that. Is that a reasonable go-between?
I think so.
Because I agree, is ours is supposed to be this high level, and if we start looking at everything, we don't have enough time.
Never get done.
And I appreciate the clarification too, because we're not necessarily promising the artists this money. It's, you know, it's incentive for them to apply to see, because, you know, competition might bring out the best in terms of what we might get. I think it'd be great to do a mural. I think it'd be great to do pictures. Something on there would be fantastic. I think we're just kind of concerned about the process, right?
Yeah.
And so just, I guess, keep that in mind going forward and see if we can't get some sort of input without being bogged down in the weeds of having to go over every single RFP.
We shouldn't do that. Ron?
Yeah, that's his job.
Yeah, what I would suggest would be, obviously, we have the once a week phone calls, but I can also send out an email, for example. I sometimes don't want to burden you too much. You probably get 5 or 6 emails a day from me sometimes when I'm forwarding things, but I would say going forward, because there have been questions, any RFPs before they're issued, we'll notify you in writing, and I'll give you maybe even the preliminary RFP, because sometimes they get issued, and by the time you find out, it's already on the street, and then you can't talk about it because there's a cone of silence. And so I would recommend to our staff and to me that we would then
Just
let
a
you know
broad
beforehand, and just, if you have any input, then you can contact me individually or during our once a week phone calls and do that. And going back to this one, my understanding is the 20,000 is the total. That's not to the artist. That'd be the construction costs, et cetera. I don't know if there's a breakout for the artist, but I don't want the implication to be.
But the RFP specifically said that it included the artwork and the hanging of the
Yeah.
artwork and the approval and all that.
Right.
So somebody already was told that it's a potentially a $20,000 project. right?
Total, yeah.
And so it's going to end up being a $25,000 project.
Well, and I think as
Because
some
there'll
of
be a
it,
change order somewhere.
well, but I think some of it too, I think more of where Sharon's going with this is more of, we're sitting up here and we're getting blindsided that we had no idea something's going out, and people are calling and going, why are you spending $20,000 on a picture or something like that? And not just that, but I'm just saying in general, any of them that are going out. And we're sitting there going, I have no idea what you're talking about, and, you know, you just look like an idiot because you don't have any idea what has been done or not done. So I think that's more of the area where she's going with that.
And I'm satisfied with that. If Ron kind of gives us a heads up, then it puts a burden on us to read it and share ideas if we've got any changes. Otherwise, you can say, well, you know, I let you know about it.
So how often do we send out RFPs? Not every day, right? Not every week?
Maybe 1 or 2 a month.
Okay, so, yeah, in that case, when you do them, I guess, but.
At least it's a heads up.
Yeah,
At least
just to
it's a
give
heads
us a
up and know
heads
what's
up
coming down the pipe.
and enough lead time that at least we can say, what's this one on? Uh-oh, John's got a comment.
I'm sorry, John?
Just from the legal side, if we're talking about doing this via email as opposed to phone calls, I would just request that as little as possible go in there, because for public records purposes, a lot of your procurement documents are going to be exempt from the public records, and there's a reason for that, so
I'm
that
fine with a phone
your
call.
bidders don't get all that info. So-
I'm fine with Monday morning phone call.
Oh, I would much
Yeah.
prefer a phone call.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Anna says, it's kind of that heads up that something else is going on that.
That's fine. Okay.
So are we leaving this in, or? Are we leaving this in or taking it out? Or cutting it?
Why don't we let Emily do some exploring on this and to see what other options there are, to see if
So do
anybody.
you want to leave it in though as a placeholder?
I don't care. How's that? It doesn't matter to me, one way or the other. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to take control from her. I'm trying to see if there's other options, that's all. So I don't
gotcha.
really
Okay.
care about that, but I think other
Yeah.
things need to be explored, that's all.
Okay. Placeholder? Placeholder.
Placeholder.
You got it.
Okay, I think I understand. I want to make sure I explore all of the options that you want me to explore. So can I tell you quickly what we have planned for this RFP, and you can tell me if it's not going to meet your like sometimes I don't see all the avenues, and I appreciate when you see ones that I don't see. So I'd love if you'd tell me what I'm missing. Okay, so with this RFP, we have closed the first phase in which we received applications from artists or artist teams. So moving forward, I'm just going to say applicants because it could be one person or like 3 people painting together, right? The applicants proposed a design sketch, a concept. They talked about what they cared about the pool, why they were interested in the project, and they sent samples of their past work. The next step will be for the task force to review all of the applications and choose 3 of those applications to request the applicant to submit a detailed proposal. We will not be required to move forward as the village with any of those proposals, but I would love to give you 3 proposals that include materials, budget, design sketches, if you're planning on installing something as the artist that is made out of metal or tile or whatever, and it needs sort of like an engineered drawing for structural stability, it would include all of that, so that then the task force would be able to evaluate those detailed proposals and make a recommendation to the village manager, and he could bring it to you to determine whether or not to move forward with a procurement.
Just so, John, I want to ask you this. When you put out an RFP, RFQ, RFZ, whatever, it says in our Bible that it has to be staff members. It can't be people in the community, correct?
Our procurement code, yeah, has.
And I don't know if you
staff.
know that, because I'm told you have people in the community making decisions on this. That's where this all started, where I started getting the phone calls. Am I correct?
I believe that this
The
falls
task force.
below the procurement threshold for requiring it to all be staff. But ultimately, the procurement decision and the procurement would be done by a staff member.
John?
I'm looking to see if I can pull up
And
the
Ron, do you
procurement,
have
see if there's
anything?
a.
Of course not.
Kicker. So
Ron?
I'll pull up the procurement
Okay.
guidelines.
I think the requirement was on who's on the evaluation committee for the RFPs. I'm not sure it gets to the level of recommending what piece of artwork would be selected. I think you're talking about the selection committee for the artwork. That's different than the
So-
RFP evaluation committees
So
we generally have.
she's not picking
But we
on
have a
you,
Parks and Rec
but-
committee, shouldn't it come
Right.
before the Parks and Rec committee? That's, I mean, we already
And,
have.
and in addition, once again, not picking on her, is I didn't know they were putting a task force together. Maybe I know an artist that might want to at least apply.
I could do some great stick figures over there.
Thank you. Well noted. I will talk with John about what our options are for the current RFP. We could potentially cancel it and reissue. I did review the procurement policy, and I do know that we did issue this in accordance with policy, but I will double check. Thank you. Yeah, you feel free to pull it.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. Thank you so much.
Can we talk about the golf now?
What do you want to talk about? Golf?
Yeah.
Maria, you're still on the hook. Come
Yeah,
on.
one more. Basically, the last item that's on the capital project list for the park is the beach bathroom project. And that's basically upgrading the existing bathroom on the beach. It's adding toilets, urinals, all new fixtures, adding a storage space, adding showers, outside showers to the building. Basically upgrading a 26-year-old building that is in desperate need of being upgraded. And we did put in an application for TDC funding for this project. We will know on October 6th when all the applications are reviewed. And at that point in time, we'll know if the project will be fully funded or partially funded. So we asked for $500,000 to cover the project. And that number was based on conceptual designs and engineering designs and a cost estimate of about how much it would run.
I have a question. So I have a question. A few years back, I thought we did an upgrade, but it may have only been to the sewers.
We did do a sewer
We
project.
did do a
Oh,
sewer
that was for the lift
project.
station.
Yeah, the lift station.
That was for the lift station, right?
We didn't do anything to the building.
No, we've changed some, minor things. I replaced the sink counter and things like that, but not like a total renovation. We're gonna add urinals, we're gonna add toilets. So there'll be 2 more toilets, I think, in the ladies.
So you're
one in
making
the
the
men, so it's gonna be a little bit bigger. We're
Making the building bigger?
Yep.
And
Yep.
then that leads to if you're adding that stuff, is that lift station sufficient? Because that was the problem to begin with.
Yes, I'm aware, yep. Yes, it should be.
No, it can't be, should be.
Yeah, we'll look, it's part of the engineering,
Okay,
is part of
sorry.
that. Yes,
It
ma'am.
needs to be, it will be. I see Peter shaking his head
Yeah,
back there.
it is.
Okay,
It will be.
okay.
Thank you.
I have lived through that too, sorry.
Yes, they redid and obviously that project was underneath AJ, but they redid that whole pump station due to the fact that it just was not holding up to the capacity.
It wasn't sufficient. Every time
No.
we had anything major at
And
the park, not even
since they
major.
replaced it, no problems.
No.
So
Right.
it was a very good project. And that was TDC funded.
Yes.
Yep.
That was. And yes, you'll know in October, and it will be at my committee, but I don't get to vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
But I
Steve,
think
you had a
typically we
question?
get, a good amount of money from the TDC to cover the project.
I'm sorry?
Majority, most of the time, so.
I'm sorry?
We do get a lot of the funding, good 50, anywhere from 50 to 100%.
I have been assured that there's plenty of capital funding again this year, so
So,
I don't know what that word defines out to be, but.
Thank you, Deb. Steve, you had a question about grass.
Yeah, Maria,
Oh, I don't wanna
with
bring it
with the golf cage, I agree with you. I think it's a well-utilized part of the park. I think people really enjoy it. Certainly does need some of these upgrades.
It does.
And you mentioned that it came from our master park plan that
It
they
did.
had just done. I seem to recall, did they also include like a sand bunker type practice part around the putting green? Is that part of this?
That's a good question.
Like, how far along are you on it?
It's just the initial stage, the planning. We have not got into the conceptual planning for it or anything like that, but I will include that.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
And if we do get to that also with the artificial grass, since if that goes through, it would be interesting to find out if there's any sort of design feature where kind of the balls roll back, so you don't have people that are collecting them on the front and then they have to wait and hit, and maybe there's something like that. But yeah,
Okay.
I just didn't know what stage you were in terms of any sort of concept planning.
It
But
was
you've
just
gotten these
initial-
quotes because you've talked to them about square footage and
Yes, basically
what's
square
required?
footage, the type of grass that they want to put in, and that's it. But
Yeah, I got
we
it.
definitely, if you have any input on that, I know there's a lot of golfers in the community, anyone can come up and.
I'm sure
give us-
you'd get a good task force.
Yeah, the task force.
Maybe while they're working on the ball field, they'll have some leftover that they can just
There
give
you
us.
go.
a
There you go.
discount. Bring it right over there.
Patch it in.
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
But yeah, I think it'll be a great addition to the park.
Any more questions or comments from Maria?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, just to jump back to yesterday, you mentioned about a list of events, fixed events that
Yes.
happen annually, and that you would like to do several others.
Correct.
I would love to see a list of those.
Okay.
What those events are and what you're hoping to bring in. I'm just thinking about ways that we might be able to save money if we have certain vendors or people that you use at each one of these events where you could get them for all of those. They might come in on a lesser amount for their bid, for example. And then we can anticipate what might be required from some of those events. Because what I would like to see is some offset costs of whatever it costs us to help and assist
Okay.
with the staff time and any equipment and all that. in terms of the fees that we could charge for some of these events. So I just haven't seen a whole list of them.
Yes, and I could do it. We could provide that list. And most of these activities that we're talking about, or new events that we're talking about adding, is park events. Like, it'll be an event that will be coordinated with Emily, and cultural events and so forth. So it's not outside organizations asking to bring in events. So a lot of these events, we could, when we're talking about, bringing in monies, it would be for parking, it could be for like all the food vendors that we use. So yes, there's a list of events, and I can even include all the revenue type of things that we could do to bring in revenue for.
Great, thank you.
Vice
So,
Mayor?
Steve, that's what I was going to ask. I would like to see what an
Okay.
event cost us
All right.
and what money we make, because I am told that Beats on the Bay does not make money. And I heard Dave Fader's not going to be involved anymore. And so financially, that might affect us. And again, I'd rather see you, if an event doesn't benefit, because this village has to function as a business. I know it's a park to people, but we have to run it like a business. And if something isn't working and we're losing money, then take another look and try something different. So I agree with Steve. I was going to bring that up, that I'd like to see, like, trunk or treat. What does it cost employee-wise? And do we make money? Do we break even? I think that's important to know moving forward.
I can provide that, to be.
When you have an event. I don't even know when they
Most
are.
of the events, we do not break even. It's a service. And, but we can look at trying to increase the revenue, sure. Definitely.
Deb?
I think also this, which I would assume you would do, needs to run through the Parks and Rec Committee.
Yes.
There's always been a point of events, whether we're talking outside people coming in or even our stuff,
Correct.
of overusing the park so that regular citizens, if that's a
Yes.
phrase,
A balance.
can use it. It's got to be, if we've got every weekend or every other weekend, we've got something active going on, it does cut from the general person wanting to come and use the
Agree.
park. Parks across the country notoriously do not make money, but that doesn't mean we have to lose a lot of money.
Correct.
And I think her idea is right, is we started some of those. If we need to evaluate, if we're spending, let me throw stupid numbers out there, $50,000 and we're only getting 20,000 back. Maybe that's it's time for it to go away and try something different.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm just, again, thinking back to what I saw yesterday in terms of the expense for just the lights and the electric.
Yeah.
And maybe a front-loaded investment of changing lights to LED lights would save us a bundle. Or fees for clubs that are utilizing all the lights, because the lights are on timers, and there's nobody in the park and the lights are on. How much is that costing us? So I think we need to reevaluate that as well, because that's a major part of your budget, is the electricity and water. I think. So-
LED is a great idea, that would save a tremendous amount of money, and it is a capital expense.
It'd
thought
be
we already
expensive
did that.
at first, but we'd make
Yeah.
it back in several
Sure.
years.
I thought we already put LED in.
We may have, I don't know, but.
I don't know if
I
they
thought
are
we
or not.
changed all
The
the lights
soccer
in the
fields
park.
are not, that's
They're
one,
not,
next, that was one of the capital projects that I'm going to request for next year, is looking at putting LED lights on the athletic fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just kind of just going facility to facility. The pool has LED, the tennis courts do, all the solar lights around the park, so we're kind of just one
with the-
facility at a time.
So we have a chunk of them, so I'm
the
not
athletic
crazy.
fields
We
are
already
next.
have a chunk that's LED.
Good deal.
Yeah.
And then that way Vince can just, put them on a computer system and turn them on and off remotely, like people can in their house when they're on vacation. They can turn the stove off or turn the temperature up or whatever. We can just shift everything over to Vince.
But Annie and I have been talking about a lot of different things about generating revenue. We can give you a list of our ideas, and go from there.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marie.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, who's on the hook now? I think we're
It says pool renovation.
pool renovation. No, that's done.
Yeah, that's all for
That's it.
capital projects.
It's
We might be able to
5:15.
Get done now that we're past capital.
We'd have to
Right.
go back to payroll.
We're down to.
Next
get
tab
hung
would
up.
be debt service.
Yeah,
That's pretty much just status quo. We're paying off a couple of loans this next year.
yeah, I saw that. That's
Yep.
great.
So if you have any questions about that, I can try to answer that for you.
Oh,
Okay.
Any questions on debt service? It is what it is. We got to pay them off. We're paying off a few. That's good.
We are,
Okay.
yeah.
I'd
Getting
only
there.
asked her in our briefing about seeing if there are other ways to get lower rates, but she explained that that's already kind of fixed and the
Those
best that we
rates
can
are
get.
government rates
Yeah.
anyway, so they're really low.
Yeah.
You saw it, they were 2% rates. Yeah.
Yeah, they were adjusted a few years back.
I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
What you got?
All right, and then tab 11 is PYH Marina Fund. So we'll have Lisa come up.
This is a fun one. Marine fun. I
Short and
know,
sweet.
right? Okay,
All right, so as you all know, the Marina is an enterprise fund. Our budget is pretty much the same as it was last year. We didn't really change too much. We will be going up 5% on dockage. I'm raising the trailer storage, so that will show in the dock usage fees. And does anybody have any questions?
so I see that we've got a TDC grant of, that's 750. That's for the ramp thing, right?
Yeah, you'll see that wash.
And parking.
Huh?
It's not specifically, I mean, it says ramp, and that's what it was yip-yapped about, but it doesn't all have to be used just for ramp. It was worded that it's much broader than just the ramp.
Okay, so that's the first item, the TDC B&M grant. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
I can change the title to Marina Improvements if you'd
Yeah,
like.
that's,
I
Okay.
think that would
Okay,
be wise.
that sounds good.
yeah, I do too.
When are we getting that? When are we getting that dollar, those money? Or have we?
Oh,
No, we haven't got it yet.
We haven't gotten it. When are we getting that?
What I know about it is that there hasn't been a form created yet. It's our money. It's it's designated to us, but they haven't created the document that we have to sign to say, yes, this is what we're doing. It will be like other TDC grants. There will be requirements. There will be usage time requirements.
Is there going to be a match? Or is
I
it
don't
just
know.
handed?
No, it's just,
It's
it
just
is money, but it's probably, you spend it, they repay you.
Okay. And
It's-
how much has we spent so far? Do we know?
I don't
that?
think we spent
Peter,
anything because we
yes, we
haven't
have.
submitted
The only we
it.
spent so far was
Oh, yes,
the
we
engineering
have.
study.
But I don't think, because we haven't submitted anything to them, I'm not sure it will qualify. Usually, this is completely new thing. Usually, you have to have something in the works, and you can't spend any money prior to that for it to qualify for TDC funding.
Okay. So Peter, how much have we spent so far? No, you could do it from there. That's fine.
$50,000 for the conceptual design.
We, 50,000?
Well, that's what the council approved. We spent about half of that so far. But we will be spending about $50,000 on the conceptual design.
And there's no guarantee that we're going to get that paid back from what you're saying?
I'm not sure we will, because we don't have a lot of that documentation yet.
She led me to believe we will get it back. So this is totally different, and again.
It is different,
It's
and
never
that's-
been done before. When they called me, because they asked, Peter and I talked, and they asked me, how much money would you need to do the marina? I just guessed, because I didn't know. And when she called me and said, your district's gonna get it, but we have to work out all the details. And I asked Kara at the time, can we start looking into stuff? And she said, absolutely. So.
Well, there's a difference between looking
Yeah.
into and paying for.
And
Well,
it's
move
what
forward
Kevin
is what I told
Maddox
her.
will allow to
Yeah.
be paid for.
Yeah, well,
Well, the
again,
plans, I saw some conceptuals.
so did I, yeah.
And those are well over $750,000 in work
Right.
that's got to take place.
And the plans
There's
that I
other-
saw also called out the fact that we have spalling occurring on the current dock that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
It's light spalling,
Yeah,
but
sure.
you don't want to let it go.
Right.
I can try to push Kara, since I sit on that committee, I can try to push her to find out when we're going to see some paperwork.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I
Or
think we
Ron
ought to,
can.
I think we ought to find out about that. I hate for us to continue to spend money and them not have a form and not have a way to
Well,
get
like,
there.
Kevin Maddox is the one that controls a lot of that.
Yeah.
And sometimes she's had some problems with people spending money without it being prior approval.
Yeah.
And Kevin won't pay it.
Wow.
So, and that's not to us, and that's, that's to some of the vendors. So we just need to find out what's going on.
Okay,
But the money is earmarked for us. It
Great.
is.
awesome.
Is there
What else we
anything
got?
in
Anna,
here?
what do you have? Your mic's on, Anna.
Yeah,
Go.
because I'm waiting for you guys to be, no, I've heard it from a couple of the TDC people too, that it is definitely earmarked for us. It's coming our way.
Perfect.
I know I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again, that I feel like as the building department does, I feel like the marina should transfer some money into the general fund. I think that it's still it's one park. I think that the people come and use it. I think the marina should put some money into the rest of the park as well, since all the marina is using the park too. Just like the building department does. They transfer money into the general fund to help pay for things. I think the marina should do it also.
I agree.
I don't disagree
I thought we kind of
with
had a
that.
discussion about, at one time, talking about the marina fund to changing and not be a enterprise fund. We did have that discussion. Yeah. No, go on. Vice Mayor. No.
You first. It's okay.
We had that conversation about the marina becoming part of the park. And I don't know if now's the time to do it, really. I was gonna wait to start that process, so I don't know if now's the time, but
Well, it seems like if we're talking about a budget on a department and a fund, and we're going through this, it might be the right time to talk about it. I don't know. John?
Yeah, I'd say if
He
you're
knows.
going
He
to
knows.
change it from enterprise into, back into the, general operating fund, I recommend doing it starting whatever fiscal year it is that you want to start it, so October 1. So you could give the direction, at any point, August, September, but I recommend that it start October 1. That way, we have a clean budget cycle. We know when it stopped being an enterprise fund and when it started being an enterprise fund, and it lines up with our fiscal year.
Which is what we're discussing now.
Correct, yes.
And
Yeah, this is the
So
next
now
fiscal
is
year.
the time to talk
Okay.
about this.
Yeah, if we're going to take it out of being an
Yes.
enterprise fund, it would be, if we want to do it for next fiscal year, it would be part of this budget.
Which is why I say now is
Well,
the time to talk.
I didn't know that, because John,
Yeah.
I've talked to John about it, and Ron and I have had multiple conversations about what we as a community would like to see the marina become.
Right.
And you got to admit that it's been pretty good. They don't pay rent, they don't pay anything. I mean, in all seriousness, and it is part of the park. And and John, you and I had the conversation that there was never a resolution to make it official, so it would be easy to move it back, sort of, in your words.
Yeah, correct. There was nothing that I could find. I mean, you can do it
Yeah.
multiple ways. It can be done by a formal resolution, creating it. From what I could tell, it looks like it was just done as an accounting change and put it into which is perfectly proper. I'm not saying that's an improper way to do it. But it just means that if the village wanted to change it from an enterprise fund to a non-enterprise fund, it's really just the magic of Patty and her accounting. And it would just be a change in the way it's accounted. So we would still need to budget for it, make sure it's fully budgeted, make sure everything is there. But it would not be its own separate standalone enterprise fund. It would be part of the. It would just move into the general.
In financial.
Hattie, talk to me about what that does to you in your office.
I mean, it would be a lot of work for the finance department. I think that keeping it in the enterprise fund is a way for you to see exactly where they're making their revenue, or if they're not making revenue. It's a way to track that, the revenue and expenses in one place. So I think that was the purpose of it becoming an enterprise fund, and it's easier for you to understand, to be able to see it that way, versus it being just all bundled up with the general fund.
Do you chase the rent on all of those right now?
On the dockage?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you have to chase the rent then, Hattie, if we took it out of this, or would it still be under the
I mean, it would still
responsibility
pretty
of
much, I think, function the same
Yeah,
way. It would
could
have
function
to.
the same way, okay.
But whether you're, like pulling reports to see your profit and loss would become a very difficult task, because
I
it
think
wouldn't
she's
be
saying-
grouped together as one thing, to
I
put it
think she said
simply.
that it would get intermixed, and it would be
Understand.
hard to see it as
Sure. I get
an
that.
entity.
But we could definitely
but-
look at transferring in, like Anna recommended. I would have to look into that a little further. I mean, I just did a little bit of a search, and it does say it's allowable, but it depends on the revenue sources that are coming in.
I mean, the revenue is definitely up. I mean, the projected balance for this year is 119,000, so.
Yeah, I don't see why, like the building fund.
Like the building fund does,
Pay
yeah.
rent, but we would need to look into
Right.
see what would be an appropriate amount for that.
$100,000 would be great.
Would that be more in line with what you're thinking, is that the marina then, very similar to what the building department does, pay rent?
No.
Okay?
I just think it would be a better revenue source for the community if we ran it, that's all. I mean,
I don't think the revenue per se is going to change. I think,
No.
I understand what she's saying. This is a better way for,
Yeah, track
for
everything.
tracking purposes. But why not, at the end of the year, you could almost zero it out. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not going to go to zero, but you can.
If we did that, then any capital projects would be coming out of the capital projects fund as well. So that might cause some issues with the capital projects.
But you could definitely set an amount or a percentage per se at the end of the year.
It could go into general, if we did, a portion could go to general fund and a portion could go to capital projects, and then we would move all projects to the capital projects fund.
But you understand that when we get heartburn over a number of $1 million to do work on that building over there, you're looking at double when it comes to marine work. Because marine work costs double of what general construction does. And there's multiple reasons that is, but one of the reasons is the US L&H insurance that automatically kicks in the minute you're starting to do any kind of marine work. So if we have heartburn over $1 million to do renovations on the government building over here, then we're going to be faced, or other council members are going to be faced in the future with $2 or $3 million, and it's all because of what happens in marine construction. So,
I took the time to try to look back and see where a lot of this money came from, and back in, I think it was 07, maybe 08, we were looking at it. The general fund was still putting money in to the tune of like 1.4, 1.5 million to help pay for the initial renovation of the park. In that year, they only had in fund balance like 200,000, maybe 300,000, something like that. As you move forward, you could see that they were starting to pay the general fund back plus make their own. I think it's important because of the amount of money we spent initially to make sure that we have the money available to to do the renovations as we go forward. That dockage is now 20-plus years old. It's going to start needing more repairs. We just need to be careful. I like the idea of them paying rent. And helping with whatever electric and water, and if it's not already in their side of the enterprise fund, because that is what the general fund is still paying for, and that shouldn't be. So I like that idea really well.
Is
We
that
can set
more on
that.
the lines of what you're thinking, Sharon? So it really sits in its own bucket, and it's accountable, and you have better accounting in that way. But at the end of the year, there's a proportion that goes towards the general fund.
I have
right?
a
Is that what
John.
you're thinking, Sharon?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
I have a John
Steve?
question.
Yeah, I think you said it exactly. I like the separation. I like being able to see the detail, but I wouldn't mind if there was some sort of kind of rent back or whatever
Right,
you want to
sure.
call it. Yeah.
I have a John question. If even with the rent back, if their fund grew to an excessive amount, and you'd have to define what excessive amount, is there any reason why? Because it wasn't coded as a enterprise fund, it was only accounting purposes, that at some point we could say, okay, we're transferring 500,000 this year from them to us.
No, it should still be treated as an enterprise fund, even though if it hasn't been formally designated. I mean, it has been designated through accounting and through determination of a prior administration. So we should still treat it that way.
But it would just be a distribution at the end of the year into the general fund. Right.
No, he's saying that what I said we couldn't do, we shouldn't do.
I think, yeah, it would be better if you did it as rent.
Rent.
I think that's a valid,
Okay.
I mean, you can, there's a use of the space, and that's being charged for that specific fund and for their use of the facilities, and then that, so it does the same, it accomplishes the same thing, just for coding purposes, I think it covers us.
Okay.
All right, good, all right.
So can we
Anything else on that
Can we work
budget?
towards that? I don't know whose job that is. Right?
Yeah, is there anything else on that budget, this budget?
I don't know.
No, Steve?
Yeah, Lisa, just help me understand, just for instance, like the fuel sales. You have 520,000 in fuel sales, but the revenue, it seems, is 390?
We make
The expense is 390.
Yeah, the expense.
Oh, yeah. Right, the expense is 390, and you made 520 off of that, basically.
Yeah,
Right.
we make $1 minimum on every gallon of fuel we sell. So that's just the minimum. We just stay competitive with all the local gas stations, whatever. So sometimes that's a little bit more, but it's never below $1. So
Okay.
for every gallon of fuel we sell, we make $1.
You make $1, okay.
At least.
Good. And then we're back to something I think we talked about last year in advertising. 30,000, 36,000 proposed. What is that for?
We advertise in southern boating, yachting, Florida sport fish. We stay in pretty much the boat show issues, the sport fish issues, stuff that's relevant to Almirada. We have to stay, we're a transient marina, so we have to stay out there. We got to keep our name out, and their prices go up. I think it's almost like $1,400 every time we advertise in some of the magazines.
And is there a way that you can check with people that that's how they found you through that advertising? Is there any way to kind of track that?
I guess we could. I don't really know how.
I mean, it would be good to know to justify this number because.
Yeah.
Don't we supposedly have a waiting list to?
Right.
A
get
waiting
here?
list for annual. That is just for annual.
Not transient.
Not for transient.
I'm just thinking
Still.
there might be better ways of utilizing this fund for advertising rather than in magazines, right? It's magazines and online magazines.
Yeah, it's online and, yeah, everything that comes with the magazine.
It's, you may want to reach out to one of the TDC girls and ask them about the boating side of it. They may have a good idea of a better magazine or less magazine and more digital style.
Well, pretty much all the magazines are also digital. It's magazine, print, and digital, social media.
Yeah,
and all that.
but anyway.
Yeah, no, I'll look out for that.
I mean, it'd almost be interesting to not advertise this year, just to see what kind of difference there might be in the transients coming or not coming. I don't know if that, we want to play with that, but just to, we'd get a definite answer if the advertising's working or not.
Yeah, but then again, would we be hurting ourselves in the long run?
Yeah, that's the
Well,
question.
If you stop advertising, then you got to play catch up to get it back out there, the word back out there. So that may be a dangerous game to play, Steve.
I can definitely cut back if you'd like me to, not advertise in as many magazines.
I think I'd like to just see something that we can track, or we know what the return on investment is
right.
from the person that's staying.
Yeah, if I get a call
Like when
from
I have
someone
somebody
that I
come fish
don't.
with me, I ask them, how did you find me? Did
Well,
you
yeah,
get
exactly.
referred? That sort
Exactly. I can ask them. I mean, some people do say we saw you in Southern Boating, and but I can ask them if they call, if it's somebody that I don't already know.
Lisa,
it'd be good to
why
know.
did, you budgeted this year that we're in, 13.5 for fuel tank inspections. You've only spent about 5,000 of that. Why are you back at 13.5 again for next fiscal year?
Hold on, let me see where you're at here.
I'm under repair and maintenance fuel tank inspections, the third one down.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, we know what an inspection's gonna cost.
Do we
don't
put repairs under that with Lee? I think that might be also repairs on top of the monthly service. They come monthly and inspect everything, and then if we have any kind of repairs, that's on top of that. So we haven't had a lot of repairs this time, so that might be why that number's down.
And the buoy program, wasn't the buoy program a county function, or did they give that up?
They
No,
don't pay for all
no,
of
this is the 300-foot offshore buoys.
Oh, it is, okay.
And Port Antigua.
Okay.
We take care of the Port
And
Antigua.
we stay on
buoys.
top of that every year.
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
I checked into the buoy program, and they would pay for new anchors, but they won't ever pay for the buoys, but only for the new anchors at the
Okay.
TDC level.
All right.
Can I get just a little more clarification on other expenses?
I believe the other expenses are credit card fees. That's our credit card.
The credit
fees.
card fees.
But that's recouped, credit card fees.
It's charged on the revenue side as part of the dockage or whatever else they're paying for.
Yeah, for fuel.
And then we get charged separately on the expenses for them. So they balance out.
So-
And actually, Lisa just increased.
Are we doing like everybody else?
Yeah.
When you use a credit card, we charge more? We
Yeah,
do
that
that,
seems to
right?
be the way
Yes,
it's
that's
going.
what
So
we're
we're
doing.
recouping that.
Yes.
It shows, but
We
we're
are.
recouping it. Okay.
What we're
On the
really
revenue-
doing is we're reducing when
On
they
the
pay,
revenue side.
we're reducing when they pay cash.
Yeah,
It's a terminology thing.
I got you, okay. Anything else on that, guys? No? All right, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
All right. Tab 12, what are we on? Tab 12 is wastewater fund, if AJ's available.
I am here. All right. Going through this and the revenues, we have our normal system development charges, our grant that we have coming in, both the FQIP stewardship and our legislative appropriations. We have let's see, sorry, the other one's per standard. We don't really have any changes, salaries, professional services. As we go through most of the budget, it's pretty much the same outside of and up until our capital projects. But if you guys want to have any questions on anything before we get to capital project stuff.
I'll just interject a little bit here. We're supposed to have the wastewater rate study at the August 20th meeting. And with that, hopefully we'll have some clear path on increasing any wastewater fees. So when I get that information, the revenue side of this could increase a little bit.
I would have liked to seen that while we were having this discussion, but if we got to wait until August 20th, that's fine. Aren't we having is there a online meeting or something going to happen here soon on that? Or is that just, we got to wait for Raf Tellis to August 20th? Okay.
I have a question.
They're going to be here, right, AJ?
Yes. Yeah, I got confirmation that they were available and they will be there for it.
And they finished their study?
We have another meeting this Friday to go over the adjusted numbers with the updated for the MPK project, and then also pipe replacement cost.
And it'll be a final completed study when they come see
Correct.
us on August 20th.
Yeah. We've been holding off on it to get the more accurate numbers. That way it was more accurate instead of less conservative. But yeah, that'll be presented at the August 20th meeting.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Deb has a question.
I don't remember how long ago we had a conversation about the charges going up on the wastewater bills to the citizens, and that was coming through Key Largo, but running through the water company, of course, because they do our billing. Not that I want it, but I never saw those increases.
That's what I was referring to with the wastewater rate study. They would let us know what those increases will be, so then we can implement them.
This isn't the charges for the amounts. This is the service charge that they're charging to do the service for us.
That was FKA had increased their rates.
I'm sorry?
The FKA had basically, this is the credit card the credit card
No.
Portion of it. It was a couple years ago that was a
No.
pass-through cost to us.
No, it was billing. It had to do with billing. And that I get charged, I forget what it is, $10.50 every month for them to handle that billing. And I was under the impression that that was going up, not much, a couple bucks, but it was going up. I never saw an increase.
I don't know if we have any increases from
Well, that's
FKA
good.
on that.
That's great. Okay. I know we had that discussion, but okay.
Would that affect this? That doesn't affect
I don't
this.
know, it's, it's probably only affects the citizens.
Okay. AJ, I got a question on that. This $200,000 this $2 million that we're supposed to be paying the Key Largo Waste Treatment District. And that was all over a discussion of the upgrades that we're gonna have to do has necessitated them to do certain upgrades in Key Largo, and we're having to pay for their upgrades too. Is that correct?
So this is Key Largo's, they're adding an upgraded headworks and an EQ basin for the inflow of the wastewater, and it's both Key Largo's inflow and also ours. And for project cost that we have a shared use of, kind of put that in quotes, we have a certain percentage that we have been paying for those project costs.
We didn't budget for this last year, so why are we budgeting for it this year then?
So they're in the process of releasing their RFP for this project, and it will be expenses that will be coming out that we will be owing to Key Largo for this fiscal year.
How do we know that? If they're sending out an RFP, how do we know that? And are we doing ourselves a disfavor by saying that we're budgeting $2 million, so it's going to end up being a $2 million project?
It's a percentage of the project cost that we have. The budget, the expected project cost from the engineers, and our portion was the $2 million.
And why are we paying to upgrade their plant?
it's part of the interlocal agreement when there is a shared use as far as an increase that works in both their favor and our favor, as far as having like an EQ basin would fall into that we have a percentage that we pay.
So we're paying, so this 2 million represents a percentage of the work that's taking place?
Correct.
How much what is our responsibility?
I believe it's 34%. It's based off of the inflow, so we're roughly a third of the flow as Key Largo.
Is that something we negotiate?
Yeah, it's for their capacity within their system.
Yeah.
So we basically own a third of the capacity in their treatment facility.
I don't get it.
I think some of that was being looked at while we were trying to do the pump station and the pipe replacement by Wade Trim, and negotiating what the repairs up there would, upgrades would need to be done to do what we're doing, how much that should be. We have paid a third for quite a while, probably since the beginning, because we haven't changed the contract a lot.
We're paying a third to upgrade their system.
Yeah, but we're using their system. We're using their
But we're
system.
paying to use their system. We pay, everybody pays a monthly fee to use their system. So that should pay for the repair and maintenance too.
I don't think
it's
it
the
was never,
operation and the,
I don't think it was.
It's only for
It'd be nice to take a
system
look at that,
upgrades.
I guess.
So if there's an upgrade to the system that is required or needed and it benefits us as well, then it's been in the past that we've paid a third of it.
The only reason why I asked is those folks are sitting on $25 million in the bank and we're not when it comes to that. And every year they get a distribution just like we do as a city, as just as a waste treatment district, they get a distribution the same as we're going to get on the state allocated dollars. And every year they go to Tallahassee like we do and beg for more money, and yet we're still, so they've got a surplus, as I'm told, and I could be wrong, of $25 million. And so, I don't know, just something seems wrong. And I don't understand it. If we're helping do an upgrade to their system, our flows were projected a long time ago.
And we've stayed under the flow.
Yes, and
We
pay
have
for the
stayed
flow.
under the flow.
Yeah, and we stay under the flow.
And our salinity is under the flow, and, you know, we're following all the rules.
Right. Well, let's do it. That would be John, I suppose, right? John, you're gonna.
He says, who, me?
John, they're throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about potentially looking into the agreement as to
Yes.
why. Yeah, so I would work with Ron
With
and
Ron.
then AJ on that. So
Can
the
we
three
pay
of us.
them, well, how do we do this? We give them half now and half next year.
I don't think they'll.
And then we can go find more state money. Anyway, okay. I did. Let's move on. What else you got? That it?
Yeah, under our general operating. And then our infrastructure, our capital, we have upgrades with our SCADA system to start including additional vacuum pits and grinder stations to incorporate that into our SCADA system for quick response and monitoring. We also have what we carry for any new laterals, infrastructure, additional items that need to be repaired within our infrastructure. We have the exhaust fan replacement at the MPK station. We initially had budgeted $40,000, but it has gone up So we are holding off until this upcoming fiscal year to move forward with the replacement of those exhaust fans and sealing of the roof. And then in our 5-year capital projects, part of that we have the expected cost to replace vacuum pumps and then also the sewage and booster pumps. And that's what the $286,000 for each of those were. Under equipment, the only thing we have in there is 3 replacement trucks. The vehicles have started meeting the end of their service life. We've already had to replace a couple transmissions. One of the vehicles was just in an accident. But this is preparing to replace those vehicles that are becoming costly for repairs.
What kind of trucks are those, AJ?
They're utility bed trucks, so regular cab utility beds. They keep all their tools, equipment, pumps, things like that on them.
So we currently have 8, and you want 3 new ones?
Yeah, it would be replacing. So it's not just in addition, they would be auctioned off. We've got a couple that we're limping along right now.
You can't use those little Chinese trucks like Key Largo Waste Treatment District uses? They do a
those
great
little
job.
things.
They are running all over the place.
They would probably need to tow
I
a big
think-
trailer and carry all their tools and stuff. Those guys, they're only installing little controllers, so they don't have a lot of actual equipment and stuff on it. Where when they're doing maintenance and repairs, we have a lot more items on our truck than those.
So are those being driven every day by different employees, or there's some that are sitting here? Because I know when I come by here, I see trucks sitting.
On a weekend, there's 22 back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not working on the weekend unless they're the on-call guy. But yeah, each tech has a truck.
Do we really need that?
Yeah, I was down a truck just this year. I had one truck blow a transmission. Had to replace the transmission. It cost me almost $7,000 to have to replace the transmission. 3 weeks later, the truck was totaled. Luckily, we were able to acquire the truck from the insurance company, and during that time, another transmission went out in a truck, so I was able to swap and pull that transmission out and keep it in the other vehicle to keep it going. And then as Sheila spoke, wastewater took over her truck and we added the utility bed to that truck to keep it going.
So Sheila's truck is 40,000, the Parks is 42, and yours are 64,000 each.
Yeah, those utility beds that they have all their tools and equipment and everything and keep it all secure are the expensive things.
So
They're an additional almost $12,000.
Public Works has a bunch of trucks too.
Yeah.
Those trucks are being utilized, yeah.
They do. Oh, and is passing around that Public Works has more trucks than employees.
I wish.
That's what Sharon just said. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not true.
How many public work employees are there? 7? 7, yeah. I said.
20.
How many public works employees do you have?
Roughly 20.
And how many trucks do you have in that department?
16.
Oh, my God.
I don't. And 2 of those are dump trucks.
Are any of those 20 employees part-time?
No, I don't have any part-time employees.
Right. Got it.
Are those through government purchases at 64,000 apiece?
Yeah.
Are they
If me
all
and you
like-
went to go buy that truck, it'd probably be 90.
Are they all 2,500s or bigger, 3,500s?
These ones are 2,500 regular cab, yeah. Utility beds.
I like the way Sheila and the parks buy their trucks.
Hey, buy 'em. I'm the one that priced them out for them. I pick them all out as the fleet manager.
I think what he's saying is the price is a whole lot better in Sheila's.
Like I said, the difference, there's nothing special on these trucks. The biggest thing is the utility beds. That's why we saved the one truck that got in an accident. We took the utility bed off of it and installed it on one of the other vehicles to keep it going.
Okay, I'm through beating you up. I'm sorry.
I can take it.
What else y'all got? Anybody? Steve?
Are we going to auction off those other ones so we can recoup
Yeah.
a little bit of money?
Yeah, those trucks will be auctioned off.
Yeah, I just like clarity on all the others and the miscellaneouses and the generals. Got 300,000 in other and general operating supplies and that sort of thing. Just any more detail would be nice.
Let's see. Oh, the general operating supplies. Those are the 1 or 2 items that we buy that are not directly with specific vendors. So instead of having a list of 20 or 30 other vendors that have a 2,000 here, 2,500 there, it all just rolls into that.
AJ, how much more do you need to do on that generator storage building?
The generator storage building, the only thing that's pending on it are the interior items. So that's the shelving upstairs, and then the lift. Me and Terry are both working on the lift. They're the sister buildings, so they're exactly the same. I think he's already installed most of his shelving upstairs, but we are mapping it out and pricing it out right now.
So that 61,000, the 61,000 that you're budgeting for that is on top of what you.
Yeah, it includes that. It's a carryover. It's in this current year's budget, but we haven't got the elevator because of the delay in the project and everything. So we had to wait until that project was done to move forward with the other stuff.
Gotcha.
So it incorporates the elevator and the shelving units inside.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Well, this concludes the book. Is there anything else, Hattie, you need to share with us?
We got one more.
Yeah, we got.
Did you want to go over stormwater anymore, or? We kind of touched on it.
You kind of did it? Perfect.
Yeah, we discussed the capital portion of it. The rest of it's just personnel and just a couple minimal operating costs.
What else do we need to finalize?
Just stormwater. If you guys are good with that, AJ can be done. I did want some clarification on the transfer from the Marina Fund. If it's allowable, do you want me to go ahead and put a $100,000 transfer as of this coming budget?
Anna's saying yes. Steve?
For rent?
I thought we needed to find out how much it should be. Well, I don't know. That young lady over there seems to have a pretty good handle on how much she has to pay for rent. Sorry, put you on the spot.
If it's say 100,000, does that set it at 100,000 every year, or do we
Yeah.
just determine that on an annual basis?
I think, or a percentage of.
I think a percentage.
What I kind of did is took an average of what square footage cost for commercial building in Alamorada was. So that one line item that I transfer over is basically just for rent. If you look into my personnel category, you'll see where like portions of the clerk for finance that takes the payments in comes directly out of my personnel costs. There's a cost for IT for Susan, a portion of hers comes out of my salaries, as well as code enforcement. So the employee section portions come directly into my personnel, and then that extra $84,000 is, we'll just deemed it kind of rent. And that's how we came up with it a few years ago when the state mandated that we have to have these separate funds and that they be placed on our websites on an annual basis.
But in the difference between yours and the marina is you have a building and office.
Yes.
Correct.
Office space.
Correct.
We're
So
talking space, so maybe the 100,000 is right. We just randomly picked a number. I
Yeah,
want to be
we-
careful
Well,
what
we
we
can-
do.
And it's, yeah, and it's not bankrupting them. It's,
Yeah,
Just-
when we go through.
it's
I
still
mean,
leaving money in their
There
account.
has to be a way to calculate the
Right.
proportional share.
Yeah, we'll work with Hattie and to make sure, but I mean, just thinking it through when Hattie and I were sitting, I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but to me, it seemed, $100,000 seemed reasonable knowing what the marina occupies. But obviously we'll make sure we can justify it.
And where does the water and the electric?
All their
pay?
expenses come directly out of their fund.
It is out of
Yes.
theirs. Okay.
So it would just strictly be rent.
So it would be strictly
Yes.
round rent?
Yeah.
Rent.
Steve?
And, yeah, and so since this is a workshop, we're just giving direction in terms of giving us more information. We're not really voting on anything right now.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah, the budget, the budget will be brought back at the first budget hearing. You guys will see the budget again, you'll set the millage rate, see the budget, and then at the second hearing, we'll make the final determination on each. So this is, yeah, like you said, just getting guidance, and then you'll see all of this reflected in the new books when we come back.
Okay. Anna?
So we're
Yeah.
done?
Oh, you're, okay.
I would also like to
Did
know-
you-
are we-
Jamie, did you need further clarification on the calculation for the new hire yet? Is that something you guys need now?
Well, it's twofold.
Two
We need millage clarification on where you guys want us to head, so that when we come into the budget, unless we're meeting tomorrow and we can discuss tomorrow, so that when we come into the budget hearings, we have a number that we're working with.
Understood. Well, we're through our book. Do we need to meet tomorrow, folks?
But we need to make two decisions yet tonight, if we're
Yes,
not
we
going to
do.
meet tomorrow,
So,
which is fine.
you know
Yeah.
what? They've
Yes.
asked for a 5-minute break, so let's take a 5-minute break. They make
good.
fun of me because I hold it all night and they can't, so, shoo. All right. We got the signal from the big guy in the control room that we're good to go. So I think we're back on the air and we can pick up where we left off. So Jamie, finish your dinner. No, I don't. Who's that?
Before we start in on that, can I interject one thing? Can I ask?
Sure. What you got, Deb?
Frank Durfler was here
Yep.
earlier for the land acquisition, and they asked for $25,000 to be put in for
Yeah, for
whatevers.
those appraisals that he
As
was saying.
appraisals or reviews
Yep.
or whatever, comes up in the course of the year. Was wondering if we're willing to add 25. It was at 0 in the budget.
Where would we get that out of?
That's fine. Huh?
Where would
It's
can we
typically
get
in
that
the capital projects fund.
out of the capital
Mhm.
project?
It was 25,000 last year.
Okay, and it got taken out this year?
And we've saved in a few of the other capital.
What did they spend the 25,000 on last year? Do we know?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I can answer that question. They came back at one of the later meetings, 2 meetings ago, I think, and they were talking about the horse pen property next to the horse pen, and that got.
And they had the wrong info and all that?
Yeah, well, not only did they have the wrong info, now the buyer has decided that he may not want to sell.
Okay.
I mean, the owner has
Uh-huh.
decided he may not want to sell. But that was the intent of the 25 is to look for properties over the course of the year that maybe we need an appraisal on to move forward with. If it was something small, like that one looked like it should have been about $10,000,
Okay.
$12,000, to have the money available. No, the appraisals weren't.
I don't think it was.
No, it was designed just to have a little bit.
So why don't we give them 20?
20's fine.
17.5?
I hear the auction going on. Yeah, Deb is.
I'm okay with it. How about this? How
It's
about this?
$13.99.
I'm okay with 15.
So
15.
15 it is.
Yeah.
I see a consensus on 15. Frank, you're getting 15.
All right.
Okay.
Next done.
Good deal. See how that. All right, so where do we need to head now? We've got to talk about,
The new hire?
let's do the employees first.
This-
Vice Mayor
this piece.
says. Very good.
This new hire?
We're going to talk about new hires. Yes? What else are we?
Frank, can you put up page 5, slide 5 for me, just so I have it up there for the public? Thank you.
And then Vince, I'll need the other one after that. The new one after that. Frank knows.
So while he's pulling that up, the direction, as I understood it last night, was to go with, after all of the great discussion, I do appreciate all the discussion on the merit side, the COLA. I mean, I thought it was great discussion. And I know employees were very happy with the thorough discussion that was had by council this year on the personnel stuff. So when we went all the way around, we came back to 1A is what I understood. So Hattie has updated all the budget projection sheets with the millage rates based on the 1A personnel scenario. I also, what you have in front of you, sorry, page 5, slide 5. Or, here, I can get there. Yeah, slide 5. That way, that way. The other ask from council was for new hires, and when we discuss the new hire, it would be for the new budget cycle. So anybody that's hired October 1st forward, so not any of the current replacements that are in process right now, is because they've been budgeted at the other amount for the remainder of this year. So just want to make sure we're all on the same page as that. It's October 1st that we're talking new hires, correct? Yes? Okay, good. Thank you. So the 70-30 split And the 60/40 and the 50/50, I believe, is what you had asked me to come up with. So I'm estimating new hires based on attrition and people leaving and being needed to be hired, and then also a couple of the vacancies that we have funded that we're anticipating filling starting in October. I'm guessing this would impact about 6 employees the first year, and obviously it'll compound every year as attrition happens. So when you see the difference, the employee increase over the current cost, so current employees would be paying, new hires would be paying that additional cost over what the current employees are paying. So it's a difference to new hires of about $278 per pay period for employee on the 70/30, and that's the family rate. So we just needed to do one rate, and we always take the family rate. So that increases basically in each of those categories. Does that make sense? Kind of not make sense?
Deb?
Can you just go over the EE and plus spouse is employee and spouse,
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry. The abbreviation for employee is EE everywhere
Just to make sure
in the
That's
book.
geek talk again.
It's HR geek speak. And then ER, if you ever see that, is the employer portion. So the difference that they would be paying for employee and spouse, employee and children, and employee and family. These would be the new rates per pay period. So
This isn't the difference, this is what they would pay.
This
and
is
then
what they would pay.
The fourth column over is the increase.
the different,
Is that right?
like for a current employee, that's the difference. They're seeing a difference. Don't know how to say it.
So using this scenario,
the 70/30.
an employee with a family, using the 70/30 would pay $512
per pay period.
per pay period.
Which is roughly $278
More than what
a current employee
is paid.
pays.
That's what I was
That's
trying
what
to
you
get
were
at.
trying to get at.
Yes.
That's why it's. yeah,
Sorry,
that's why
I
went
didn't
there.
do the difference between each category. I just took the largest difference. And the largest difference, obviously, is the employee and family coverage, because employee and family covers employee, spouse, and all the children.
And then as I
Or
understand it,
dependents, I should say, not.
and as I understand it right now, there are exponentially more employees with spouse than anyone. You got 22 employees with spouse.
Yes.
You've got 6 employees with children, and then you've got 6 that are employees plus family.
Of the non-bargaining
On your
unit.
non-bargaining,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Right. So if we
This
stay on
only
that
impacts
track,
them.
we're looking at more with the EE plus spouse
Potentially.
as a new hire, potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah. If we stay on that track, yeah. So we've got a choice to make on new hire. Are they going to be coming in at
And this
a
is-
cost share option of 70/30, 60/40, or 50/50?
And the 70, I just want to make sure I understand the order.
I just asked her to 70 us.
Yeah, that's my question.
Our average age, no, I'm not going to tell you that.
Not age.
Sorry.
The
That's a-
70/30 split is the 70-hour cost or the
Yes.
employees?
Yes. I thought you were
I was
talking
just
about
making
average
sure.
age, because I'm like, oh, we won't go with average age. 70 is us. So if
70
you look
is
at
us,
the
of
top,
course.
if
I
you look at
thought
the,
so. I thought so, but
yeah, the employer share, which is the top part of that, basically gives you the difference, the annual liability. That's the annual liability, and that is our benefit package. So that includes medical, dental, vision, life insurance that we, the village, pay for.
And currently, that's 80/20.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and so I just need some clarification. Are we trying to right a wrong here with the new?
Yes, through attrition, we're trying to, yes, bring the liability off of the village, which,
So what happened, correct me if I'm wrong, what happened is it went to 100, 0.
yes.
Last year, we took it to 80, 20.
It was never 100-0, just to be clear.
I think it was 90-something.
It was 90, the biggest was 97 and 97.3%. Yeah.
100.
I do, but when you say 100%,
I know,
yeah,
but still,
yeah.
okay.
It was a very high number, yes.
You think?
Yes.
Yes.
How did that council do that? How did
It
they?
wasn't us, it was done by
It was,
manager.
it was done internally.
It was done by
It was done
manager.
without council
Yep.
approval.
Yes.
It was done without council approval, because I was on the council.
It was
when
internal.
happened. Yep, it was done by 2 managers ago, figure it out. No,
Yeah,
nobody knew.
Yeah, so
And he made it himself.
nonetheless, that's, yes, to answer your
Yes,
question,
Steve, we're
Steve.
trying to fix it.
This is trying to lessen the exposure on the village by not harming the employees that are currently here, but by
Protecting the future
by
employees.
lessening it through attrition.
And the
And it's fair.
employee alone is still at 100%?
No.
80%.
It's 100%. We pay 100%
The employee
of the employee
alone
only.
is
Employee
100,
only we pay
or
100%.
97.3,
No,
whatever?
it's 100%.
Okay.
We pay 100% of the
Wow.
premium.
I'm
Yeah.
sitting on the wrong
Right,
side.
and so,
And that's not uncommon. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it's not.
No,
pretty
it's not.
average for.
And this is, just for clarity, this is per pay period, correct?
For the premium, for the
Yes.
employee.
Per pay period, which
Yeah.
is biweekly?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Bi-monthly.
bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly.
Biweekly.
We have
Bi-weekly.
26 pay periods.
twice a month,
Yeah,
2 times a year, we get 3 pay periods.
right.
yeah.
Jamie, what is the, if you have it, the general turnover rate for all employees of the?
It's less than 2%,
2%, so how, what is that, 4, 5?
mostly in parks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but, yeah, your number's right.
Maria, you're
Sorry.
that hard on them?
They don't like the heat.
I don't,
It sounds like everybody
We
enjoys
have
their
a-
job here, really. That's a pretty low turnover.
Look at,
We are the lowest paying department, so most of the staff, they can't live here. So they stay for a year, 2 years maybe most, and then they
Yeah.
have to leave.
I'm trying not to make jokes, but it is true. Yeah.
They've always, over the years, it's been traditionally, and that's why over the years, we tried to do some kind of split to help bring up the lower end,
right, which is
which is,
what's harmful on the,
yeah. There's goods and bad.
yes, there is.
So I think I'm understanding the concept here. Again, my only thing, and maybe your expertise, is just, I'm just concerned about this 2-tier system with the haves and the have-nots. If you don't really see that as being an issue with a couple people sprinkled in coming in after October 1, and this council doesn't see that, then I can go along with that. That's just my main concern.
We have a 2-tier right now, but like I said, with the number of people, we're probably going to have more turnover in the coming years. We've got a lot of employees that have a lot of tenure. And I wasn't joking when I said our average age is over 40.
Oh, that's ancient.
Yeah. It's okay. I can say that.
I can say that too.
I can say that too.
And it doesn't cause you any extra work. It's just basically
No.
kind of computer work that you just have them listed under a different.
Right. The employees right now are, we have open enrollment online. When I switched to Paychex, which was a beautiful platform for me for HR, a lot of that work is done behind the scenes for me, and it's done by the employee, actually. So at open enrollment, they make their elections, and behind the scenes, the premiums are already set up. The employee knows what they're going to be paying.
Here's the part that kind of bugs me, though, is that I think I've heard it said several times that
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
if we compare Isla Mirada salaries to other municipalities and the county, as a whole, our salaries are lower. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay. So we're already starting with our salaries being lower. And now, and let's face it, in some way, we do compete for that employee pool with other municipalities and with the co-op and with the aqueduct and those larger municipal functions. And so now we're going to be starting at a lower salary, and we're charging much more for the insurance on the other side of the world. Or is that not a correct statement too?
No, that's accurate.
Okay.
So
Now, what would you rather do? Take the job at the lower salary with a lower insurance and pay a whole lot more? Or maybe keep applying until you find that job that's going to pay you what you feel like you should get and offer a benefit on the insurance on the other side of it?
So can I ask, maybe you know, I've seen it in past years, and you may have supplied it this year and I forget, what the county does for spouses and kids, what we're looking at right now?
I gave that information last year, so every year I try to reach out to them and see, but they don't pay for dependent coverage in one of their plans. So they give their employees the option. They have grandfathered, I don't want to say grandfathered,
right.
but
Yeah, they do.
I hate that word. They have a plan that employees can elect, and they have an additional plan that employees can elect, and they don't pay the portion of the dependent coverage. Just to be clear, it's just
They
dependent
provide
coverage.
them the opportunity to take the insurance, but they don't pay any part of it. Is that
The
what you're saying?
dependent coverage.
The dependent coverage.
We're just
They
talking dependent coverage.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then there's some other municipalities, every year I participate in salary surveys, and part of it is benefits. And when you ask other municipalities about their benefits, some of them have a 70-30 split. It's not uncommon for employees to pay a portion of dependent coverage. It's just what portion do you want them to pay? Or
Right.
none.
Right.
Sometimes too, you might have, like, the majority of them were an employee and a spouse. Well, what if that spouse has a job that they have benefits too, so.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Or retired military.
Right,
or
or retired
something.
and they're on.
So they can elect to accept it or not accept it.
Correct.
Yes.
If they have other coverage, they can just do employee only. There are, like, for example, my husband's a veteran, so he's covered. He's not 100% disabled, but he gets his own health care, so he's not on my plan. I have employee only coverage.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people like that.
Which is an option.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people like that.
Yeah. So the question is, which one of those do we choose? Or do we stay with?
For new hires.
For new hire only.
Well, then what do you throw a number out? Which one do you choose?
Oh, yeah, put me on the hot seat.
Okay, never
Well-
mind. What, Deb?
I go 60-40.
Okay. Anna?
60-40 is where I'm at.
A current employee?
What'd you
You're
say?
60-40?
Oh, no.
Well, now you
60-40.
jump out.
Oh, I know, because I like protecting me.
Oh, so that's
See
me,
that?
yeah.
Yeah. Run out first, and then I'll go to battle
You
with
get
you.
hit by that car, I'll stand behind you.
Thank you.
Steve,
Call
you're
911,
you're
will you?
struggling. I
Yeah, I
don't want
don't-
you to do that.
I don't have an opinion either way, so,
Okay.
we can continue discussing. I'll go along with it, and we're not making any decisions, so if you want to.
I thought we were.
We were making a decision.
Well, you're giving direction on which one you want them to go for.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Okay.
So when we make this, if I'm understanding, when we make this decision, it moves it forward, and we have the opportunity because we're canceling tomorrow, maybe,
Yes.
at the September 10th meeting, we could change it.
Sure we can.
But to do that is not, in my opinion, not very kind to staff. To say, You know, you did all this work and you brought this back to us, but today's September the 10th. Throw this book out and start again.
Did you see how fast Hattie could change those numbers?
I know.
Well,
I know, but some of them.
There's whatever decision you make, and this is why I had employee meetings, and I know
Right.
some of you weren't happy about that, but September 17th is the first day of our open enrollment. I could not, in good heart or whatever, not tell employees
That it
that there
could
is a
happen.
potential impact. They have time right now to go out to market and look for dependent coverage. If I would have waited until the
day?
budget hearing,
One day.
well,
It's not even
It's
that.
more
Our
than one
final
day.
budget hearing, which we can change it all the way till the final, is the 17th.
It's the 17th, the day of open enrollment. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I.
No, I'm talking about the meeting. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's-
Um,
Not anything else.
yeah. So
So I don't, it's not etched in stone, but I think what we ought to be deciding what we want.
I think it's
And
the
I
right
understand
thing to
your
do.
decision. I understand.
I'm
like
hearing a
direction's been
consensus
given,
at
so.
60-40.
Fine.
Fine. Okay, there we go. There's a consensus of 60-40, folks. New employees
New
only.
employees only.
New employees only. Nothing is changing for the existing employees. Okay. Is there any other confusion on anything else? Do we have clear direction on everything else?
I believe I do. I think Hattie wants to go over the millage rate scenarios with the personnel scenario that y'all selected last night. She printed it for you.
I wonder if I've got the right handful.
So now we need to talk millage rate again. Yes? Huh? I know we have not. I know.
Well, I mean, you guys all have the papers in front of you, so you can take a look. I gave everybody a new stack of papers. Yes.
Give us something on the new page that matches,
Your 2.8 should have $382,712 as the adding to fund balance. That's the old one? All right, I'm just gonna look at my.
And Hattie, can I ask you
No,
what?
I'm sorry, that was the old one. It would be adding 560,501.
What do you, Hattie, can I ask you a question? What do you consider, what do you say rollback is?
Rollback is what the millage on the DR 420 is 2.4756.
Just making sure, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the stack had,
It's
it started at
3.3.
3.1, but if you go to 3.3, if you see the top, it has millage rate, summary millage rate, and then every 2 pages it changes. So
I
it
did
goes
not
from-
put them in your book. I put them as a stack on your desk. Oh, okay. Just make sure.
I put mine in the book. But the first one is, what is?
2.8. And that's tab 3.3.
Got it.
So on tab 3.4, you'll see That's adding 560,501 if we stick with a 2.8 millage. So that would be adding quite a bit to fund balance.
May I ask a question before you get too deep into that? At one point of time, there was about 600,000 that you thought you would be adding. That got figured into this, right?
That is, it adds to the starting balance.
Yeah, you've already got that figured in this now?
Well, and that's just projected.
I
So
understand it's
it probably
projected,
won't be
but-
that much, but
Well, yeah, but it won't be.
it won't be negative like it
100,000
was.
versus 600,000.
Yes.
It'll be 550 versus 6 or something like that.
So we'll be
right?
adding to fund
Not a
balance for
lot.
2 years in a row. Correct.
All right.
If we go with 2.8 or somewhere in between 2.8 and 2.7239, because that is our current break-even number.
But anything lower, we're not adding anything to the
No,
fund balance.
no.
Right.
Well, break-even, we're not adding. It's just our revenues and expenses line up with each other.
At what number?
2.7239. Wait, hold on. 2.72393.
Got it.
Pages 3, 5, and 3, 6.
Okay, moving on.
And then I left in the majority vote at 3 out of 5 at 2.7231. And with that, revenues would be under expenses by $6,199. It's just below that, so that's why I did the.
Not out of these figures.
No, I know, what we did tonight.
I know, but
Which
not
is
out of
3
these
out of 5,
categories.
correct?
We weren't talking general fund.
So I did it one.
We didn't
number
talk
below
any
that.
general fund tonight.
Okay, so Hattie, how much did
Still?
we cut tonight?
Oh, we did do that.
But below
We did do
that is, so it's just these two that are 3 out of 5, that's it? Nothing else?
Hattie,
Yeah, but that's only adding to the general fund.
Okay.
how much did we cut tonight as we were going through this exercise?
That would add to general fund.
Because this will change this.
Because we added
The
from
marina.
out of the marina, and then we cut.
Well, the marina's not in there yet, so that would be potentially
Right, that's what we're
$100,000
saying.
to
Right.
add,
Right.
correct? And then a lot of the other changes I already made before I printed these.
Yeah,
So this should be pretty close, save for the
What else?
100,000 potential for marina
What
transfer.
else did we cut tonight or add?
I mean, it was pretty minimal.
But it's all capital money.
Yeah,
that we were
capital
cutting.
does not affect general fund and the millage rate.
right. Yeah, so really, all we're looking at is the 100,000 going into the general fund.
Correct.
Which is,
Okay.
That's $100,000.
That's a lot of money.
it's not when it comes to a budget like this.
Not when,
When you're looking at 2.739 or 2.8,
2.7.
100,000 is not going to drop that. It might drop it to 2.723
Well,
without the 9.
Oh, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying right here, like if you were looking at right now, this number would be 100
yeah,
instead of 0.
exactly.
This number
Correct.
would be 660 instead of
Yeah.
560.
And this one would be 5,
Yeah,
spend it. Yeah,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Yeah.
thank you for the marina suggestions. Plus, we cut something from 100,000 to 50,000 too. tonight.
But I think it was
yeah, but that was capital
Oh,
It was
funds.
capital.
I can't remember, it's
wasn't
been so
Yeah, it was
long.
yeah, I
It's been
know.
so
Yes.
long.
It was capital funds.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
the
they're
question is
discussing,
where
yeah.
we're going.
It just
Okay.
depends on
With
if
our
you want to
millage
add
rate.
to fund balance, if you want to balance,
So-
if you want to, you know, just, it depends on the direction you want to go.
Do we want to
So
add to the fund balance?
27231 would still add to fund balance now because we have $100,000 that we're, so
They
it'd
all
be
would
like
add.
94,000 that we, no.
All of them would be.
No, I don't think so.
Even
I-
265.
no, I don't think 265 does.
No, 65
No, it's
would
five-
not.
It's 500,000, so
Oh,
it
okay.
becomes 400,000.
That's
Well,
four.
I have a suggestion.
Four.
I'll stick my nose out there.
Yeah?
2.72.
2.72 even?
Even.
So for
It
what?
just cuts it a little bit.
So that
It's
is
just
not gonna
easier to.
change this year?
It's gonna be in
It will
between,
just
so-
reduce the addition to fund balance. Instead of 95,000,
Probably
it's
make
going
it
to be
like
like
80.
80 or something.
That's
But it's still an addition to fund balance because of what we did with the marina.
correct.
2.72 would go negative.
2.72 wouldn't go negative. No, we just added $100,000 from the marina.
So it's 2.7.
No, it's
No, we're not.
6,199.
Are you looking
in the
at
negative.
tonight's?
You guys need a calculator down there?
Am I crazy? Of course I'm crazy. I'm sitting here in this seat. Why did she pick 2.2?
2.72 even. She's just pulling it out. It's, instead of this being like 94,000, this might be 80, 85. Yeah.
Too many numbers, no food, no alcohol. I know where you're going.
I'll go wherever we all say. I'm just saying, I'm not. I hate to see us deplete the fund balance. I'm okay being less than 2%. But I'll tell you that if you calculate the number,
If there's a number you want me to plug in to tell you what the addition of fund balance is,
2.72, give us that.
even, 2.7.
2.72 with the extra 100,000.
See, she went to school on Invizitis.
That would add $71,001.
So we'll do 27231. I think so. Make her do it. Come on.
She's cycling.
So what?
93,801.
So what is your goal? To get to 100,000 that we're adding?
No, I didn't have a goal. I just want to see her cipher.
Oh.
What does 265 come in at? Dun-dun. I'm
That's
just, I
like-
can ask a question.
It's like
Yes,
440.
It would be negative 444,799. That was an easy one.
I was told that we didn't have choices. We always have choices. But it's whether you like them or not.
You can go up to 10, you just can't go above 10.
What, you can go down to 265 or 2, 4, 5. Right. No, that's 272 or 27231. I don't care. Right in there.
I'm good with either one of the 27s. The 27231 or 27239. 265 is going to put us in the hole.
Yeah, we can't.
I can't go in the hole. That's the reason I put 272 even. It pulls it close.
27239 is at
27231.
27231?
27231.
I think that puts us at 85 or
Yeah,
93,
that's-
she said?
93,801.
93.
93801.
Well, you go to 27232, you still only require 4 first votes. Maybe that'll get you to the 100.
Well, 27.
I can add the two.
231 only requires 4, right?
Correct.
4, yeah.
I mean,
I was just joking.
everything
Sharon said she was
requires
trying to get 100,
4.
and I said you can just go up to zeros, add another 0001, and you could still do 4/5 and maybe you'll get the 100.
So that's.
That only gets you to 94,501.
So the increase would be on a $1 million home, $12 a month, roughly?
Pretty low, yeah.
Roughly, I mean, I'm in a ballpark at $12 a month, and an increase in your taxes is just not unbearable.
It's not for me, and it's not for you, but it is going to be for some people.
Yeah, it is. There's quite a few people.
I understand where you're going completely, but.
What is this church costing us, insurance-wise and utility-wise?
Operationally, not a lot, because nothing's going on there except that Public Works uses it for a break area.
But we
Don't we have
But it is,
insurance
we have
on it?
opportunity, yeah, well, we have, I'm not sure how much insurance we have on it now.
We're still paying utilities, we're paying insurance.
Utilities,
It's gotta be
no.
utilities.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a little bit
I
of
mean, we would
maintenance.
shed a lot and be able to drop his number if we didn't have that
Yeah.
$4 million. Thank you for.
Well, I agree there.
Yes, ma'am. So.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot
if-
of stuff running in
If
there.
we could get,
Everything's running. Yeah,
Yes, the air conditioning on that,
fans,
the fans?
everything.
Humidifiers,
There's,
Sure, yeah. And then the insurance, that thing is costing, that thing is really affecting us on here as well.
So I have a related question and some clarification from John or Hattie about the voting, the majority of the 2/3. This is not something that we had to deal with in the past. Was this a new constitutional amendment? Does it?
Yes.
Statute? And it has taken effect or it will take effect in November? That's what I'm trying to figure
So
out.
it has. So we did have to deal with it in the past, but it was calculated differently. So now it triggers the voting thresholds much quicker. So in the past, you could have done things by majority vote and you had a lot more flexibility. Now, the way they changed the calculations, it triggers the supermajority very fast as it's related to the rollback rate, and it was effective immediately. So it's effective for this voting cycle. So the maximum millage rate you can do for a majority vote is the rollback rate now, which is 2.4756. The maximum millage rate we could go to well, they do it by 2/3. For us, it's 4/5. Is 2.7232. Anything above that would require a unanimous vote. And it's also, as a reminder, the voting threshold is based upon the number of seats. So if somebody's absent, they still count, and they would count as not voting in favor. So if say only 4 of you were here, because I know Councilwoman Gillis, we dealt with this in the past, and I know other cities have, where a unanimous vote was required, 4 people voted, the 5th was absent, the state kicked it back and said, no, that's not a unanimous vote. So it's based upon, it's assuming everybody is present.
So it's
And
nothing
that's at
that's
the
in our
final.
code. This was a statute that
Correct.
passed
This is
last
state
year.
strict. It was in play last year, but the calculations were different, so it didn't trigger the supermajority at the rollback rate. It was the rollback rate times a certain amount. So you had flexibility
little
built
bit
in there where you could still do you didn't trigger that supermajority. So we probably didn't even talk about it because it wasn't the rollback rate. It was the rollback rate plus whatever it was. I can't remember, 10% or something like that.
Right, so Hattie, then we get that rollback rate from 2.65. It's,
No,
That's not rollback.
2.46.
that's the current.
Yeah.
So how do we get to the 2.47?
That's also
Last
based on the
year's.
statute. It's calculated, and so the way the statute calculates it is what is the millage rate that would require you to bring the exact same amount of money in that you brought in last year?
This year versus.
Right.
Yeah, so
And the
theoretically,
increase in the property values would
Match it.
lower that 265 down to the 2.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And knock on wood, we've been on a good run. That's why our rollback rate actually has been going down. So values have been going up. But theoretically, if values went down, the rollback rate, you know, in a year like that could jump up.
Well, it was
Thankfully, we're not there.
It was interesting to me because Don yesterday was talking about what you just said now in terms of only 15 a month or
Yes.
whatever it might be. And I sort of jumped to the conclusion that, well, what is that over time? And maybe $15 is actually $50 from someone, say, from 5 years ago. But when I researched it, it actually, we were at 3.2 in 2021.
Yes.
And we've actually kind of gone and dropped and
That's-
bounced around a little bit.
It's a little bit related to-
Steve, and it's
Yeah.
great, because there were many years that we were 3.0. And
I'll tell you, I have it right
many
here.
years. And then we actually were higher than 3.0.
Not
And then
much.
we dropped to the 2.65.
In
for 2
in
years.
2019, we were at 3.2.
Yeah.
20, 21, 22, we were at 3.0. Even back in 16, we were at 3.0.
Right.
Um,
And so, I mean, we're not even getting close to treading into those areas where it was previously.
Right, because our property values have
The
gone.
property keeps going up, so that millage
But
goes down
but at the same
to
time,
keep the
everything else
money.
goes up, the insurance, I mean, still, the government still pays insurance, not just as it relates to the employees,
So-
but to their buildings and utility costs and everything else. The same as all of us have to deal with, the government has to deal with the same thing.
So the 272 or 2731, whichever, I like 272, a little bit lower, pays all the bills that they presented to us.
Yeah.
It adjusts for the payroll that we just sat here and talked about. And still leaves the fund balance at a workable, I figured out it's about 28%. I don't know whether my math's good enough to do that, but that's what it's 28% of expenses, which you're supposed to carry about 3 months or 30% of your expenses forward. So our fund balance is about where they recommend for tropical areas such as ours. It's a lot less up on the mainland.
At
2.72, we make that. 2.72, we make those figures. We leave 30% in the hurricane fund. We leave our fund balance at the recommended levels for tropical areas. We paid the bills that they presented to us. We have the capital projects, but that doesn't get affected.
Yeah, I think, I mean, certainly it's just a workshop tonight, so.
It is, but we need to give them direction as to which number.
We gave the direction at 2.7.
I say the 2.7231.
2.72.
I just like a little,
You just want that little more cushion?
I just want that little bit of
That's fine.
cushion.
7231. Steve, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, Deb, are you there?
I'm there. I'm fine with that.
Sharon, are you there? 2.7231.
I'm there, but I'm looking for more, just to let you know. Right, yeah, yeah.
I think everybody.
I started out at 2.55. We can get lower.
Our fund balance ends up higher, but in abundance of caution.
Yeah.
So in the years of the hurricanes, and knock on wood, but
Yeah.
when we have the hurricanes, we use the hurricane fund. We use all, well, not all, but all of the fund balance to get us started back. We finally recovered most of it, but you got to have the cash up front to get there. So the breaking even is a good place. We're slightly above that.
Before we go, when's our next meeting? Now I want to know when the next meeting is. I'm confused now.
It's August.
I know, it's August. Really?
August 20th would be our next meeting.
So we're not meeting tomorrow then, right?
We don't need to meet tomorrow, but before we close, I promised everybody I'd do public comment at the end, so. Sheila, is there something else You're good? Okay, you look like you wanted to say something. I didn't, you just run a get, don't you? I'm going to open it, you know, I know she's got a 2-hour drive. So I want to go on and open it up to public comment. Is there anybody online?
There are 2 people on Zoom. They do not have their hands up.
Does anybody in Zoom land, if you want to raise your hand and make a comment, we've got public comment period open right now. Does anybody want to raise their hand and talk?
Nope.
Going once, going twice. Is there anybody in this huge audience that wants to talk in public comment?
Nope. We have a hand went up. Hold on.
You have a hand up. Okay, very good. Thank you for joining us.
AJ.
Okay. iPhone 2, go ahead.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing? You know, it's just a shame that these meetings are in the middle of the afternoon. But one thing that stood out to me on your Parks and Rec, on one of them, you had $75,000 for improvements to the ball field, and I know they were talking about doing dugouts and fences, but I thought all that was going to get done anyway by the school board. So I'm wondering, you know, that could be $75,000 that you don't need to have into the budget.
I think to Joe, just so you know, and it's a workshop, so I think we can have a discussion. That was not the ball field for the baseball, for the high school. That is the multi-purpose ball field that they use for kickball and baseball and softball and other activities that's over on the east, the north, what we would call Keys North side of the park.
Oh, okay.
Totally different ball field. Yes, sir. That, as Maria explained, the fence in there is 25 years old, and everything that's in there, the amenities that are in that area are the original equipment. So that's what's going to get fixed over there.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I will go over all my notes, and I will see you at your next meeting.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us and watching, Joe. We appreciate it. All right. There's no more public comment, and nothing from the council. Meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all.